exclamation point Dayfort in the chat. We'll give you a link to this document. I'm going to make a new sheet for the corner, which will be week 10. Over the past few weeks, we've been trying to rebuild a faction. We built a fortress covered in bunnies for Easter last week. And on a beach. It was lovely. On a small island. I do need to actually let these guys off of the island at some point, but we're still trying to rebuild this faction. And the main threat to that faction is some giant fucking necro towers. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to try and send some raids out against the necro tower. So we're on the most recent version of the game, 47.05. And we're going to jump into this version of the world. Or fortress. We're going to go build a little outpost, train up a bunch of soldiers, try and beat some people. So it's not going to be about building a fancy fort. It's just going to be about getting some forges up and running, making some nice weapons, and killing some shit. That's what we're going to try and do. And hey, General Grub, I hope you're doing well. Manufacturing monkeys. Thank you for the tier 2 for the 13 months. The 13th month. It's a lot of months. Hopefully General Grub shows up. Frankly, Grub. Chat, gonna get a big round of beers for monkeys, keeping that subscription alive for a long time. It's been kind of a slow week, so cheers. All that support goes a long way. But now I wait for time to pass. One thing I will say about this world is, man, loading it takes forever because it's such a big world. Like this actual world, because like I generated this world while I was talking to Tarn Adams, I think. Was this one of the ones that I generated while I was talking to Tarn? I think it was. But regardless, I know this world took like 4 hours to generate. It's quite the world, just in scale. So, straight militia fort, yeah. So we're still going with the same faction, which is the Tool of Twisting, which is this small faction that we are rebuilding. This was the fortress right here that we built last week. The week before, we built this fortress and this fortress, I think. We built two fortresses in 1 week. But there's a bunch of Necromancer Towers that are causing them problems. And this is one of them. So this is the other one down here. These are kind of the two Necromancer Towers that are causing them big problem. So we're going to go try and fight back those big problems. And meaning I need to find somewhere that has shallow metal. Or at the very least, deep metal. Deep metal will work. We're going to embark with a bunch of miners and a bunch of booze. And we're going to go get us some bloodshed is what we're going to do. I'd like to find shallow metal, but if I can't, that's fine. We'll just go with deep metal if that's our only option. But yeah, I'm going to try and go after... well, there's also this Necromancer Tower up here that's quite new. But I think light metal would be the or surface metal would be the ideal. It's a mirthful mountain. I like the mirthful mountains. It's like, oh, it's a good biome mountain. It's dirty, it's rocky, but like there's fairies up here for some reason. It's kind of like when what's the word? It's kind of like when butterflies end up at the peak of a mountain because they just get blown up there. Hey, Freskins, how are we? Looking for some shallow metal. I mean, deep metal's fine, but then it would need to be deep metals. Is there even any shallow metal around here? Let's see. Scan the world. But yeah, that is the plan, is just a military fort. Man, that is a slow scan. Oh well, we'll let it do its thing. But how you been, manufacturing monkeys? Well, it's not me. I'm not dropping any frames, so that's unfortunate. I love it when I get a obnoxious marketing message and there's a spelling error. They tried to put an exclamation point and instead put the number 1 in the subject line. It's very amusing to me. Very, very, very amusing. God, this is a slow world skin. Was all on your end? That's unfortunate. I hope it ends quickly. I hope the internet come back with full strength. But yeah, plan for today is militia fort here. Probably stream until we hit about 7 hours into the stream, so we'll probably do about 6.5 hours of dwarfs. Maybe a little longer. Depending on how exciting a militia fort ends up being. We also don't have a dwarf cap, by the way. Some people have been asking me about dwarf caps in this world. I haven't used a dwarf cap for the past, like, 3 weeks. Or 4 weeks even, I think, for this world. Normally I have it set to, like, 120, but I just straight up, it's 220. 200 and 220 hard cap. So it's default dwarf cap for this fort. Well, I mean, it's filling out all the areas. This is just a big fucking world. That's part of the problem with it. And also, for those of you who care, the updated folder for the world save is almost done uploading. Out of curiosity, I know that Manufacturing Monkeys, I know that you did. Has anybody here downloaded the Long Death save and poked at it at all? And if so, have you found anything interesting? Okay, so it looks like we're going to be on the beach again. I wasn't really expecting to be on the beach, but I think we're going to need to be on the beach. Either in the beach or like kind of down in these little, in this little kind of green area that we're looking at right now. But yeah, so we're going to be continuing to grow and continuing to work on this faction. There we go. Oh, boy. Booted me to the wrong side of the world. That's interesting. This little island is incredibly rich. Incredibly rich in resources. This would be a fun little island that we need to do something on. This would be like Dwarf, Australia. Scarce everything, scorching untamed wilds. Now I want to know what's on this island. I want to know what's over there. All right. But we need to be on this landmass. So we could go on the ocean again. There's shallow metals on this ocean. It's actually 3 biomes. All 3 of them have light aquifers. Wouldn't mind the aquifer, but... Can you send dwarves over water in expeditions? No. They're not reachable. In lore, the way they make it out that far is they go through the caverns. So that's how you get migrants. Okay, you're lying to me, game. Okay, well, we could do something at the base of this mountain, maybe? Is it this? Which biome has the metal? I don't see any. You're lying to me, game. There we go. So we could do a very, very thick forest. That could be fun. Oh, did you go dig too deeply and too greedily, monkeys? You found it amusing. The war versus the goblins in our civilizations sent lone mules and horses into attack. Wait, really? Huh. Lone horses and mules to attack by themselves. I kind of might cheat and like see where the third and fourth or second and third cavern layers are. Just for science reasons. I kind of... You know, we could be super ballsy and just do this. How ballsy do we want to be, chat? Because we could just do this. Just start on the yellow... Because it's been a while since I've done just like a fucking yellow sand desert. It's been a minute, Dragon Minzy. Yeah, it has been. What's up, man? Thanks for tuning in. We're doing a day fort. So if you've never seen a day fort before, it's the one-shot forts we do on Saturday. So we start a new fort, embark, play it out, let it end. That tower, for reference, has like 400 inhabitants. What would be different? It's Untamed Wilds, Sand Desert, and it's right next door to a tower. So we'll just have undead wander onto the fort lands, like, immediately. Oh, you used reveal all. I mean, no, that's fine. Here's the thing. Just because I personally don't do it doesn't mean it's sacrilegious or offensive to me. That's totally fine. I kind of would like to see some screenshots of that. Something I would really like to see somebody do with Long Death is run through it all. Run through it all in like Stone Sense or something. I'd like to see what that would look like. I think we're going to do this. Because this is going to be the first real attempt from this faction. Wait, really? This is a large area? Did I make the area bigger? Kind of don't want to do that. Yeah, that's fine. So I think this is going to be our starting location. So I'm going to screenshot that. Okay, so I'm going to write down in the doc. Don't have a name yet. And go over here and screenshot. There we go. Perfect. Long Death World by Civ are carried out by small groups of 2 to 3 people, sometimes by a lone rider. Doesn't surprise me because of how small the population of the mountain home is. Why? Monkeys? I know some people who are playing in worlds from 2 or 3 versions behind, and they still work surprisingly well. So there's quite a lot of dwarves already in this world, in this faction, that are named. So I'm very torn as to whether or not we want to name things. We need a... Well, you know what? I'm just going to give all of these dwarves a few points in mining. Or rather, maybe like... few points in mining, and then you can have a few points in masonry, and then you can have a few points in weaponsmithing, I think. Because I need a decent weaponsmith. And we really need to hope, air quotes, that we find good weapon metals. One, three, four, 5, and 6 of those. And then I think I will just put the rest into ale. Now, normally I wouldn't bother bringing any wooden stuff, but I'm going to bring the wooden stuff for a pretty simple reason. Actually, you know what? Let's not bring any wooden stuff. And instead just go to new, log, sure, coffee wood. And spend all those points on just logs. Because there is wood. There is going to be wood close by, but there's not going to be much wood. So I think I would rather just have the logs. Because that's a lot of logs we're getting in response there. All right, chat. Does anybody want to be in this fortress? To give you an idea, in the last 3 weeks, we had Bastet, Woe Is Me, Crazy Beard, Diamond, Wave Depletion, Monkeys, and General Grub. The week before, we had Robotic Ronald, Diamond, Ghost, Gopher, Agrar, Tygo, and Belug. And those are all dwarves from this faction that are alive in this faction. We also had, because we did 2 embarks 2 weeks ago, we also had Vinsati, Stone, Darren, Cyrelag, Norstad, Squug, and Axon. So those are all living dwarves in this world. Plus there's some more. So we can give Dragomins ones, because I know you haven't had one, because you haven't been here in a while. You had an idea about renaming that you could try. You could mantle the name with a Twitch handle. That seems oddly complex and not super fun. So, nah. I think I'll just stick to the way I'm doing it right now, because I would rather it is clear to the viewer versus necessarily clear where they're from, because I can figure that stuff out. She is 73 years old, born on the 11th of Timber in the year 298. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her free-lobed ears are somewhat short. Her gold eyes are slightly sunken, and her hair is flax, and her skin is brown. She dreams of attaining a rank in society. Personally finds herself somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, and sees competition as wasteful and silly. And finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't particularly value commerce. Would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight, and is bashful, and is always looking for a way to better her situation. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future, and finds her talents and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tends to not reveal personal information. She is not inherently proud, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She does not cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. Cackles when she's nervous. That's the word I was looking for. It needs alcohol to get through the working day. And chat, as always, if you have any form of social media or anywhere that you could share the stream, could you please do that? Because it's been very, very quiet here the past 2 weeks or so. I think that's for a wide variety of reasons, but it's actually made my job a little bit scary recently, because things like funds have gone thunk, and things like average views have gone thunk. And it's partially the time of year. But anything that you guys can do to help keep the chat active and help keep new people coming in is very much appreciated, because, you know, I've been fortunate enough to be able to do this full-time living alone since 2019, and I'd like to continue doing that. And there's certainly, you know, times where I can just be like, hey, chat, help me fund this thing, but I can only do that so much before it starts becoming something that I can't afford to do anymore. So thank you so much to everybody who does support the stream, and just know that The more people that are actively chatting, the easier my job is. And the less people that are actively chatting, the directly harder my job becomes. If anybody else would like a dwarf, let me know. But till then, I'm going to work on the fort name. Paddled Gate. I kind of like that. I kind of just want to name it to Paddlegate, but like that also wouldn't fit. Maybe like Sandgate. Sandgate. Nah, that sounds like some sort of Twitter scandal. Let's go like Sand. I'm offended that Forge isn't a word in Dwarfy. Sand Vault could work. That sounds kind of like Sandlot. Still alive in the world, so it'd be weird if there was two of you. Yeah, that's kind of the almost problem that we're running into. But it's kind of fun seeing dwarves that we know showing up, you know? Sand cracked. I thought about that, but that sounds also like sort of like suggesting that you've got sand up your butt. And I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Go with Santan. Go get jabbed. Getting jabbed is good. Back for revenge? Aren't we all back for revenge? Eventually? How about sand dwelling? Sand D. Welling. My name is Shan D. Welling. From 3rd on Pillberry Lane. Depends from the vengefulness stat, yeah. Go with Sandmire. Sandmire sounds good. I kind of like that. Let's go with Sandmire. Kogashins Bashus. Kogashins Zebshus. I don't even. That's actually quite hard to say. World saves uploaded. See zombie mantis people today? Towers might send some. I don't think I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping to build a trapdoor and hide underneath it, is what I'm hoping for. Yeah, we'll go with Sandmire. We need a group name. You know, Cooler, you actually haven't had a dwarf in a while. I have been well, he says. He is 51 years old, born on the 22nd of Obsidian in the year 320. His sideburns are very long, and his mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very short hair is neatly combed. His ears are free-lobed, and his hair is flax. His skin is brown, and his eyes are gold. He likes Morian maces, quivers, and querns, large gems, and catapult parts, and when possible prefers to consume fisherberries, plum wine, and absolutely can't stand toads. Personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and dislikes helping others. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. He finds rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tries to keep things orderly and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and enjoys the company of others. He lowers his eyes when he's angry and talks very quietly when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dislikes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Cruddy weather. There we go. There's Cooler. Do you grumble mildly at cruddy weather? I mean, we're right next to the big tower, Vinsati, which is the one that has like 300 things in it, so I'll be curious to see if we can even make a dent, which is the whole goal of today, right? The Chamber of Hammers kind of works. We need something that's like tactical standards. Ooh, how about the... Go with the tactical okay, hold on. The tactical dunes. There we go. I think we'll go with that. Since we're going with kind of like the sandy theme. Man, I really hope we have like iron or steel. Otherwise, I may have to dig down to very deep. And then for the symbol, will we be raiding the tower? That's the goal. Well, the whole point is to fight back, right? It's a picture of the Staff of Tops. No. Confusing Torch, Armor of Societies, the Geared Bands, the Earth of Stones, the Helmed of Dimension. Sure. A Sandal. A Dwarf. The Dwarf is contemplating the sandal. I think is what we'll go with. Pretty simple. I think that's what we'll go with. Keep it simple. Dwarf contemplating a sandal with an army of zombies in the background staring longingly, waiting to shred the dwarf into tiny little itty-bitty shreds. Okay, so we are very fearful of the zombie mantis men. Whoops. Done. But is there anybody else who hasn't had a dwarf in recent weeks that would like to toss their name into the pit? Or shall I just press the embark button? Because I can press the embark button. Pilot, I don't believe you've had a dwarf in recent weeks. She is 60 years old, born on the 15th of Hematite, near 311. Her hair is clean-shaven, her ears are free-lobed, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is flax, and her eyes are gold. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, personally values loyalty, and values family. Pilot likes basalt, platinum, cherry opal, warthog hoof, giant beaver bone, cotton fabric, and crossbows. Cavies for their 3 toes, and monitor lizard men for their intelligence. And the words of the 10-burst wonder, and the sound of the aquamarine incense. And when possible prefers to consume cave fish, pearl mullet beer, and teff flour. And can't stand slugs. Fuck slugs, they're disgusting. Dragonfire, what up? Good to see you. And I guess that's us. Ambork. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the purpose of invading the Necromancer Towers that destroyed the glory of Lurgim. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor, of course, comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the leopards get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Kagan Bushos. Sandmire. Strike the earth. It's very sandy. Sandmire, true to its name, is pretty fucking sandy. Whoa, I wasn't expecting the varying height maps, actually. No, it's not too varied. It's kind of varied, though. Neat. What's our wagon made out of? It's like a fungi wood? Or is that feather wood? It's tower cap wagon. Interesting. The Dunes of Sandmire. Yes, there you go. Well, actually, it's the Plain of Fists, which is fitting. But you'll be able to see now just how close we actually are to that Necro Tower. We are just next to it. I mean, it's like, it's right there. It's kind of right there. The population of it is 300. It's the human tower of basic blushes. Site government is the fame of dwelling. No contact. There's also this one up here, who we are skirmishing with, which is a Dwarven Tower. But this is the one that we're going to go after today. That we're going to try and go after. Which, you know, we'll see how she goes. We will, of course, see how she goes. So, looks like we've got big old cacti growing. What's that? What kind of tree is that? Highwood. Also have some alder, some bayberry. It is Untamed Wilds. Currently, there are no creatures on the map. It is Untamed Wilds, meaning we could get some pretty fun, like, giant leopards and such. I'm not really expecting to see much of that, but we could, in theory. All right, so we've dug down on our first floor, and let's get to digging, shall we? Let's just go down to, I think, layer 15. Then on layer 15, I will build up. Yeah, pretty much. It's time to fear the mantis and the giant mantis men. It's time to fear the inevitable notification of the dead walk. Hide while you still can. Well, found our aquifer. At least it's just a single layer aquifer. Should get that done pretty quick. Kind of hoping we hit the caverns. Yellow are sand, yes. Yellow tildes and black tildes are all sand. We are on very much a desert. So it's going to be a lot of sand. Ooh, already found microcline. Pretty. And the sandy area is a shallow metals biome. All right, so let's go down to that layer that we dug down to, which is this one. And how do I want to do this? Do I want to keep digging? No, let's just dig out an area to live in. Well, actually, you know, let's do this. Downstair, 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 downstair. And I will dig down to layer 25 in this style. And then this layer here, I will just kind of live on. There we go. We're going to dig a little deeper. So hopefully they'll go get that done in a timely fashion. We can live at the bottom. Kind of hoping we hit caverns, but even if we don't, that's fine. Mica, pineapple opal, blue garnets. We found gems. All right. Let's dig down. Let's just, you know, do a little bit of this real quick. I think we dig a big old circle. And that can be our kind of starting area. This will be where we live and do everything initially. This will be our home. Something that I really like that I noticed Tarn doing whenever he's talking about his dwarves is he always talks about how the dwarves are building their new home. And he always has kind of like this weird, almost like sad sound in his voice when he talks about how they're building their new home. It's like, oh, look, they're building their new home. Like, there's so much hope and excitement in their eyes, and they're all gonna horribly fucking die. I love the way he says that. Hey, Stone, how you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Well, there they go. They gonna start digging. As you are on most Sundays? It's not Sunday, though. It's Saturday. Please, dude, it's Saturday. Come on. It's Def Saturday, not Sunday. And I'm going to give... Okay, so I did bring a mason. Let's increase the priority of, like, this corner right here. Looks like a wheel of cheese. It'll look less like that once it's dug out. You're hungry now? I think you were hungry when you first realized that it looks like a wheel of cheese. Generally, when you start seeing food everywhere, it means that you're always hungry. Stupid weekend sounding similar. Yeah, right? Sat in sun. Sometimes you have to just sat in the sun, though. The Halcyon Frequency Discord is trying to kill me with cupcakes. All right, I need a hatch cover. Maybe 2. Let's make 2, why not? Meaning Lear is going to go get started. As we slowly build this area out. Actually, you know what? Let's make a few more of these. Thinking like, yeah, an extra 4 so that I can have hatch covers on this layer too for the downwards stairways. Then as soon as they're done building that, we need to get this. We need to get everything underground. Or as much as possible, we need to get underground. Start working on rock blocks. So that I can get a trading depot built. Kinda hoping that we hit some sort of metal in here. We haven't actually found any metal yet. Shallow metals, eh? Shallow metals. So now in theory, if the undead arrive, I can just lock the doors. So, chat, how long do you guys think it's going to take for the undead to show up? I'm not going to say place bets, because I don't really have a way to make you guys place bets, but when do you guys think the undead are going to show? When do you think we're going to get our first glimpse of the undead armies that are close by? Because we really haven't looked into them too much. Couple of months. Okay, so we're like 1 month into this embark already. Maybe. I could see that. I'm wondering if we'll get a migrant wave before then or no. I'm kind of currently thinking no. Could you have architecture and masonry? Needs empty bucket. I need to make some buckets, apparently. Perfect. We get that done. And now we need to start doing this. Just building our actual defenses. Which is just going to be a little box, basically. Quartzite and granite is the layer that we're digging in, which means I think we went too deep to actually find shallow metals. I think we're digging in the wrong type of rock, but one thing at a time. Chat, can we get a round of beers? It's a very lurky day already today. What do I got to do to keep us chatting? Chat room. What do I gotta do, guys? What does streamer have to do? Have interesting things to talk about, clearly, which I don't have today. I slept like garbage last night. I mentioned this earlier today, but like, I stared at the ceiling most of last night, which was like not fun. So getting to like figure out how to trick you guys into continuing to talk and keeping people engaged is tricky today. But we'll see. I have this weird feeling that like a bunch of undead are going to show up and then they're just going to like spook things and like get in through the door and then just kill all of us. I have this weird feeling that's just going to kind of happen. But we just need to get this area dug out and get everything down here into storage, and then things will be a lot better. I'm just going to real quick make a food stockpile. Not even going to be particularly cautious about it, just like food. I'll split seed. Oh, actually, no, I'll split seeds out right now. To trigger invasions? Depends on whether or not you attack them. If you attack them, any population, but 80 is when the goblins really start to notice. But that's for goblins specifically. Undead don't care. Undead will just show up. Doesn't matter how many dwarves you have because they wander the area. And because we're basically on the front doorstep of a tower, they could just, like, show up whenever. They could just show up whenever. Make a separate stockpile up here for seeds. And shut off barrels. Nope. I mean, I've had undead show up within the first week. But technically, those aren't invasions. Those are just, like, the dead walk, hide while you still can notification is just scouting parties. As being in Kazakhstan. What, like... What, so someone was being a senseless freak on Discord? Weird. I mean, here's something that we can laugh at, which I posted on Discord the other day. So the video that Tarn made for the Steam version of DF got posted around on a bunch of subreddits, and one of them was the RimWorld subreddit. It actually got quite a lot of upvotes there, surprisingly, and there was a lot of really dumb comments on there that will really make you lose brain cells at a rapid pace. But this one was particularly special, to the point where it made me like snort and almost spit out my coffee, and then just sit there and like chuckle at it for a minute. I tires to play this game in 2008, I think. Can't understand a shit. And you know what? I too can't understand a shit. With typing like that, I wonder how old that person was in 2008. Like 4? I'm a baby and I can't understand a shit. So, Dwarf Fortress community versus the RimWorld community, right there in that one comment. Dwarf Fortress would really like graphics for their game. RimWorld community can't understand a shit. Oh my god. Okay, just let me finish pouring coffee first, then I can do that pilot. Which, you know, you guys in your Out of Word Stories things are way more coherent than that person. He tires indeed. He tires indeed. I need to scroll up a bit. They weave threads of silk that sustain crowdfunding spirits. Cacti fruit are pricks. They hurt. Spiders are silky seducers because cacti, apparently. This cactus spins tales about endless dragons. Thousand beans, chili rice finished racing around. Nebulous, really? Particles create annoyance. Thunder gods rumble everything. Gold hold bold foretold. Cheese killed Wallace. I don't know who Wallace is, but it's unfortunate that he was allergic to cheese. Still more coherent than RimWorld subreddit comments. He didn't tires hard enough, clearly, yeah. And Gromit? Oh, right. God damn, Wallace and Gromit. I hadn't thought about that in a minute. Did Cheese actually kill Wallace? What? There's some Wallace and Gromit lore that I think I missed. Make some tables. I don't know what that one meant. What any of that one meant, actually. Let's go up one. And put, oh, I can't put the final floor hatch there because there's no floor space. The gold hold was indeed bold, though. The gold hold was written in bold for the gold holding. Anyway. You know, it's really funny because, like, you know, as creators, it's bad to look at like comments and shit, but every now and again, it's bloody cathartic to just look at a really dumb comment and just be like, huh, it's a dumb comment. Sometimes it's just really fucking nice to just be able to do that, you know? It's just really fucking nice to be able to do that. And let's get a wood stockpile going, too. Dwarves are going to get busy in a minute. Once they're done mining all that. Or once they cancel the job to finish mining all that. No, I didn't. I haven't bought anything outside of that Mitch Murder vinyl. Here's the thing with the Take On Me thing. I'm not in a huge hurry to get that because there's thousands of them available for sale, and they're all like 75 cents to $2 depending on quality. So I'm not in a huge rush to grab that one. And believe it or not, I am actually trying to save money right now. I mean, like the pedal that I bought is something that I've been saving for quite some time, and so I am actually kind of in saving mode because it's the 4th month of the year, meaning we're in spring, meaning we're about to hit summer. And summer last year was an anomaly, as in nobody was allowed to go outside, but summer is usually the slowest season for me financially, so I'm actually kind of worried about summer this year. So I know it's something that I've talked about a bit, and I don't want to get annoying about it, but it is something that I am very worried about. It's the big question of, do I get to survive the summer? Some migrants have arrived. Ezim, the miner, has showed up. Cool, more the merrier. Also looks like a gosling and a chick. Both of those are useful. 2 more miners. Wave depletion, hello. And Crazy Beard have both arrived. Weren't those 2 a couple? Oh, yes. But also, Wave Depletion is married to Crazy Beard, but also is in love with Diamond. So good for you, Wave Depletion, who's off getting jabbed for balancing multiple Dwarf spouses. So we're up to a few more now. We have we're just like a party of miners. Look at this. Just a fucking party of miners. Should have called the fortress Party of Miners. Kind of want to do double thick walls. You know what, let's do double thick walls. Why not? Not that they really matter. You rediscovered Art Breeder a couple days ago and tried to draw some of the stuff you made, but it didn't turn out good. It was still fun, though. I don't know what that is. But glad it was fun, though. I'll also be honest, Cooler, I got no idea what you're talking about. I realize I've said a lot of things in the last couple minutes. And I'm sleepy, so I will forget everything that I've said 5 minutes after I've said it. Which can be kind of nice sometimes. That being said, it's also kind of frustrating because the older I get, the worse my memory gets. My memory used to be very good, and now it's very bad. It's amazing what having, like, an autoimmune disorder will do to your memory. Just like wreck it completely. It's like, oh, I used to have really good memory once upon a time. That time was a long time ago, though. So I'm trying to just make this into a safe haven for the dwarves. Make this thing a lockable room. We're almost there, though. Just gonna need a lever that I can pull. So what even is this thing that you rediscovered? Because I don't even know what it is. That's where I'm gonna put the lever. You know what, let's just put flooring. We'll just do whatever tiles I have the most of. Quartzite, let's do that. An actual boulder quartzite as well. What to check out for metals? I don't know, I haven't found any yet. Good question. I'm still working on defenses and getting all my stuff underground, and then I'll worry about actually trying to find metal. But there's certainly nothing that we've encountered just on accident yet. I need a mechanics workshop. Stat. If I caught, I could give you mechanics. See a yak running around in panic. Giant cockatiels. Oh, that's kind of terrifying. Just going to pen and pasture the water buffalo and the yak up here. I'm going to let the chick and the gosling go free, because those will make us eggs in the future. But yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I find metals, but I haven't found any yet, so not going to know for a little bit. Currently just got to get this upper area sealed off. What, does it, like, use AI to combine them or something based off of the name, Dragonmans? I've never heard of this before. As somebody who doesn't create art, I have no idea what this is. That's kind of weird and creepy, especially with the name. All right, well, at least I've got most of the stuff underground. Let's make a bunch of thrones. There's too many, like, sheep sounds in this. There we go. I shut off the sheep sounds. Now it's more just village sounds. And Urist beasts? I would like to see a Urist beast. I wonder what kind of atrocity a Urist beast could be. Let's dig around in this area. Just trying to find metal. So this is how I'm going to do it. Just going to dig out this kind of weird sausagey pattern. Let's see what we get. Sounds weird. Dragonmans. More gems. What kind of vermin is that? Oh, I got snails. Huh. Bunch of mudstone down here too. Probably not gonna find much in here. Well, I found iron and mudstone before, so maybe I should keep digging on this layer. Onyx opals. I love how I've sort of like indirectly made you a big fan of mudstone stone, just because of like the era of mud in Long Death. Come on, dwarves, find something. Anything. All right, let's attach a lever, which is just going to be the front door for that. Knock down the wagon. and start making zones. This right here is going to be our temple to no specific deity. And this right here is going to be the tavern. The diamond lunches. Sounds lovely. Should I get some tables? And then I just need to put some thrones in there. Which I already have some available, which is good. Then we'll already have a pretty usable tavern. While dwarves still bring things into stockpiles. Actually started with the fortress that died to that fire-breathing frost titan. You have better memory than I do. All right. Guess we'll make a growing area up here is what we'll do. This can be the farms. The fort was made out of mudstone? Really? I don't know. I'm not even entirely certain which fort you're talking about, Stone. Because as I said, my memory for these things that I've done is more in the recent scale, less in the more distant scale. Yeah, I was hoping to get metal ore there, but no luck. No luck so far. Posting some screenshots in the doc. If anybody wants to follow along, !Day4 in the chat. It was a while ago. I mean, it would have been more than 6 months ago, I would assume. Because if you're talking about something that started before Long Death started 6 months ago. Meaning it's been a while. Did I not make that? Oh, I see. It did just pop up. Things stay on cooldown for a sec. All right, dwarves. Let's get some more thrones in here. It's really interesting to have this many miners in a fort so early. I don't believe I've ever had this many miners in a fort right off the bat. It's time to get food up and running. That's a fort filled with Batman. Not Batmen, just Batman. Only one Batman, because there is only one Batman. The Batman, if you will. Freskins. No and no. I don't like minigames. Although I guess there's kind of already minigames in adventure mode, like dancing could be considered a minigame. Dancing could already be considered a minigame. I don't know. I'm not a big minigame person. Why do you ask about minigames specifically? That's such a random question. Exactly. There's macro game, not mini game. I mean, I don't really see how it's something to chat about. Well, I guess I just have a boring as fuck joke. It's called adventure mode. So you're saying the minigame is called adventure mode, or the macro game is called adventure mode? It's the only thing I really like doing in adventure mode. Otherwise, I'd actually have to play adventure mode. Only telling stories. Lying about your exploits is kind of fun. I don't know. I'm having a really hard time streaming right now without just kind of complaining. I'm just in a very bitchy mood today, I think. There we go. That'll be a shit ton of plump helmets in a minute. All right. Well, now we need to find... metal. So I guess we gotta keep digging. Although the main cause of my bitching or desire to bitch today is I didn't sleep well last night. So I'm just grumpy. I'm just perfectly normal blind then, I guess. Do I want to talk about it? What, my bitching? Do you really want me to complain that money has been slow this week? Non-stop. do you really want me to do that? Because like I could do that, but do you really want me to do that? I don't think you do. Like, you might think that you do, but you don't actually think that. There we go. And it goes down to a point.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Feel free to bitch at me. I know that you said meant to say feel free to bitch at me, Cyrolac, but I read that as feel free to itch at me, which is what you wrote, which is way funnier. It's like, feel free to itch at me. I'm not easily offended. Feel free to itch at you. All right, I'm just gonna like work on the armpit, like the shoulder, and like the side of my face. I'm just trying to find metals. Hobo, how you doing? It's good to see you. Feeling fine? I slept like trash, so I am cranky, is how I'm feeling. I am cranky, but it's okay. We'll survive. Well, nothing there. All right, well, let's dig another fun design then. Whoa! I meant it as itch to be funny. Oh, did you really? Feel free to itch at you. Well, chat, okay, so get this, right? Because it's funny, you should itch at Cyrolac. And now streamer can shut the fuck up. But thank you very much for the $50, man. Cheers, dude. Bluminac, it's like those fucking come out of nowhere sometimes. Itch test, yes. Testing the itching. Because it's funny. But thank you very much, man. Cheers. No, it's just slow season, and we kind of skipped slow season last year because of the pandemic, which was, you know, both positives and negatives. But this year, obviously, we're not skipping slow season because people are going back to normal, whether they should or shouldn't be, right? Whether they should be or shouldn't be. Kind of regardless of regulations, people are just kind of going back to normal now. Which has driven my city back into full lockdown, which is cool. And will be for another 3 weeks, I think. But, like, it kind of sucks because of that. Blind IRL used sarcasm. It was super effective. I wasn't being sarcastic. Like, you think I'm being sarcastic about this shit? I ain't being sarcastic. This is, like, me being completely blunt right now. It's starting to look like an eggplant over here. See if I can change that. But thank you very much for the $50, Sirelac. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for that? Like, that was a lot of money. Like, that's my day mostly covered. Actually, no, that's my day covered. Straight up, so thank you. I'm trying to figure out how I can... I'm just trying, because, like, I'm literally just looking for metals, so I'm just digging into the rock blindly, so might as well make it look interesting while we're at it, you know? It's almost kind of looks like a trumpet or something. Some sort of, like, horned instrument that you'd blow on. Or something, I don't know. I'll do something with these layers if we get the opportunity. You have some metal right here? Well, can I have some? Or a pipe, or a pipe. Or like a weird sword with a strange hilt. I just want it to be an interesting shape to look at. Although the second we find a... The second we find metal, it's going to get destroyed, so there's that. I did that, now we're doing this. Olivine. Well, I mean, it's signs of metal, but it's not metal. Although, I think I'll make you take up carpentry. We'll get carpentry done. I need to make some beds. I need to make some beds. Found more opals. Olivine, gems, opals. Fun colors, but nothing super useful. It's an arm holding a doorbell? Oh yeah, like ding dong. Yeah, kind of. I don't know what it is, frankly. If I knew what it was, I would have told you. I could draw a dwarf. That's a little bit too obvious. Kind of want to dig a little further this way. Little too on the nose, yeah. Little too on the nose, right above a little bit of a beard. It's like people carving mountains into the shape of someone's face. Like, who would do that? That's just, like, self-centered and weird. No one's actually going to do that. So why the heck would my dwarves do that? Put the thing you were drawing on Discord. Oh, not bad. Not really my style, but... Who? Coldfire? Never heard of him. Well, at least we're finding fun colors over here. So much gem. Absolutely no metal. I don't like. Probably digging in the wrong layer. One thing I've never gotten very good at is like memorizing what layers actually have metals. Like what type of rock to look for. We can have very pretty gem crafts. Yeah, totally. It's not going to help much in defense, though. There's a fruit fly that's been buzzing around me all morning. It's bothering me. It's been bothering me. Gem-encrusted weapons. In theory, we could. Could try that.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the blin?
Ryan who? Ryan what? Ryan where? Ryan why? How's things, Ryan? I mean, I would like to make some gem-encrusted weapons. In fact, we totally could make gem-encrusted weapons. Like, this is absolutely an option. The problem isn't the gem-encrusted weapons. It's I need the weapons in the first place. So I just need, once I can make weapons, then we can make gem-encrusted ones. I don't know what this is, by the way. Why does this fruit fly die? Why hasn't it died, actually, is the real question. It's a ray gun? Weird looking ray gun. The important question is, why haven't I found metal yet? I mean, we could go fight the zombie hordes with pickaxes, but I don't think this will go too well. How many ray guns do I own? 74, actually. And every time I see them, I say, "What did you do, Ray?" And then it says something about the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man, and I go, "Again?" I just slipped in there. I just... Hey, how you got it out? Just like, I couldn't not think about it, you know? Like this cute little face and the sign of happiness. Only form that a structure could take.
Banane.
Cooler, I'm supposed to give you money. You're not supposed to give me money. This isn't how this works. I'm supposed to give you money for art. In fact, I think I owe you money for art. Yet you're giving me money. This is backwards. The heck? Thanks, man. But seriously, what? Thanks for the $1. Cheers, man. Oh, is that what this is? Is a banana? It's a very squished banana. It's like a banana that was in somebody's backpack. Well, it wasn't me, so there is that. Cooler does the art for this Twitch channel. So if you like the art that you see and you like the little dwarfs, tell Cooler thank, because he drew them. I literally told Cooler to draw a dwarf that looked blank, and he drew crypt blank, so. Poor banana. Yeah, something bad happened to this banana, let me tell you. Actually kind of looks like a paintball gun, now that I'm looking at it. Although the paintball tank's at the wrong angle. For next year. You paid so much in taxes that they just refunded next year's already? How the heck does that work? An advanced? Or an advance refund on taxes? Looks like a rabbit. A rabbit dick? Is that where you're going with this? I mean, I've never seen a rabbit dick. I don't think I want to. So. Oh, right, yes, stimulus checks. Of course. The outpost liaison has arrived. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Well, I gotta whip up something. I don't really know what I can sell them. I mean, I could sell them a bunch of blocks. I'll just quickly whip up some menacing spikes. Actually, no, I need to make beds first. Actually, here's what we'll do. Let's just quickly make a jeweler's shop, cut all of the gems, and cut all of the gems and sell them the gems. That's what we'll do. I know what you're talking about, Hobo. I'm just, I don't know, playing dumb, I guess. Got a lot of gems. Go cut me some gems, Dwarf. Gems that I can sell to the mountain homes. Who actually is the expedition leader? Pilot's the expedition leader. Okay. But love remembering a new romance. Who's your lover? Erish. Pilot, you have a lover. Congrats. It's interesting. It wasn't the dwarf who dreamed of attaining a rank in society. I kind of figured it would be that person in charge, but... But how's your day been today, Ryan? Zon says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. This is a dangerous place. I don't know how long we can maintain contact with the trade caravans. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Steel and iron, probably. Steel and iron. Bronze. Silver and copper. All of the anvils. Could also ask for weapons, but nah. They want short swords. Well, large gems. Hopefully I can get them some gems. They look forward to our meeting next year and our fortunes rise and fall together. Is the world really the same as ever? There's literally no news about the world. I guess so. Dwarf is constructing rock block. It's a lot of gems. We're going to end up with quite a few nice gems pretty soon. Then I can quickly trade all those off. And that'll put us in a much better space. But yeah, no, we would like to try and go to war with the Necromancer Towers in this fortress. The thing is, I need to find metal, and there's supposedly shallow metal here, but there was a Formula E race today? Wait, really? Did they, I guess they just started their next season? Well, I guess I know what we're doing on Monday. Watching Formula E. Assuming you want to watch Formula E on Monday. Don't they do practices and races on the same day?
Woo!
But yeah, I guess whenever I'm finished playing games with Evil Trick, we could do that. Once I've gotten lunch, obviously. Is somebody that comes from both factions of our enemies. Our queen right now is somebody that comes from both factions of our enemies. She could be withholding information from us. I wonder if she's a, what's the word? I wonder if the queen is a villain's, what's the word? Accomplice? Because that's a possibility. So we're going to dig from here. Actually, we'll dig from here. We're going to dig straight down. Thinking like all the way down to here. If I don't find metal on this layer, I give up and I'm going deep. Although, fortunately, this will get us enough stone that we'll never need more, so that's nice. Hey, Crazy Beard, your dwarf already showed up, actually. Your dwarf from previous fortress. Who's together with Wave Depletion. Although Wave Depletion is cheating on you with Diamond. That looks like a fat Yoshi. Or like Yoshi with a really big face. Yoshi that got punched in the nose and his mouth is flat. Now it looks like some sort of weird pelican thing. I killed it. Give him a tongue. How's that? Native gold. Shit. It's great for bludgeoning. Yeah, but you can't natively craft bludgeoning weapons out of it, though. That's the thing. Let's just wait for traders to show up. It's like gold. It's the most useless metal, more or less. I mean, I guess we can make coins, but our ability to assault the baddies is going to be minimal. I bought a single sword. Boy. We'll mine those veins out afterwards. Although it said metals, meaning we do have multiple types of metals. There's also deep metal. But if all we find up here is gold, I'm going to have to dig. I'm going to have to do that next. There we go. Manager now has a space for things. Meaning Esm can go see how much stuff we still need. Yeah, but I want to attack the enemy with good math. I don't want to min-max and game shit. That's not fun for me. So it's fun for plenty of people, but it's not why I play Dwarf Fortress. So you could do that, but I would rather not. I mean, I could just like make a bunch of coins, put them in minecarts, and slam those into a wall. But I don't have much fun with that. Yeah, but you don't make weapons out of it. You can make other materials that can be used as weapons out of it, but that's not weapons. So it's like, this is where chat always says, but you could min-max it. Got a metal crafter and I got 2 more dwarves that showed up. 2 more. Literally just the 2 of them? Oh boy. So, sure, it's fine for defenses, but for actually assaulting a Necromancer Tower, not very useful. And yeah, you can make the argument against it, but I don't agree. It's like fine for fortress defenses, but not what I'm trying to do. Especially with the amount of time that I have. So I'm kind of sad. This is not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. It's great for bludgeoning. I didn't mean weapons. Then what did you mean? Of course, you didn't mean weapons. You could use the golden goblet strategy. Then what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you meant it's not great for trading? Okay, fair. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's like, I don't know. I'm really sad. I was hoping for something that wasn't gold. I mean, maybe we can help rebuild our fortress's wealth and build a bank or something. I don't know. It's like, ugh. Can make many gold crafts and make my dwarves very strong. I think I'm going to do bedrooms in here like this. So they're not actually going to get walls on their bedrooms. They're just going to get little separate spaces. Hopefully we strike something that isn't made of gold, though. So you certainly hit the mother lode when it comes to gold. Okay, but that's not a combat strategy. That's not helpful when you're literally on the front doorstep of a Necromancer Tower, Dragonman. Not even remotely helpful. Sure, but that's not very helpful for a fortress that I'm going to be in for one day, right? That's not very useful for a fortress that I'm going to be in for a single day with the goal of attacking and ideally defeating a specific Necromancer Tower. Not even remotely helpful, right? So if this was a fortress I was going to play for a couple of weeks, for sure. Yeah, no, totally. Gold's great. But because I'm only going to be in this fort for one day, it's kind of pointless, but oh well. I'm going to quickly take a toilet break. I will be back in a sec. Chat, if I could get a big round of beers, that'd be ideal. It's been kind of lurky today, and I have a feeling it's going to keep up that way for the rest of the summer. But chat, I will be right back.
Bring out your dead!
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude, this is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients.
The nutrients?
Everything that's good about it. And just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
So, there is also this weird wrinkle, though. I think that there's a very real possibility that just out of fucking nowhere at some point during the summer this year, Dwarf Fortress just comes out. With, like, a week's notice. I have this weird feeling that that's going to happen. Does anybody else have that weird feeling where it's just like, yeah, Dwarf Fortress looks like it's coming along pretty well. But does anybody else think it's just going to randomly suddenly be done? Like, does anybody else have that thought going on in the back of their head? Because I've kind of had that recently, especially after, like... Especially after looking at the video that Tarn released. Maybe a hope. Maybe a plea. You hope not? Why is that? I'm not saying they're going to release it early. I suddenly have this weird feeling that it's further along than we think it is. Excuse me. God. Hiccups, please. More white opals? Lots of opals. So much gold. I guess I could make this into forges. I don't know. Actually, probably what we should do is dig down. Dig down, hit some cavern layers, and see what we find in the caverns. That's what we should do. I mean, definitely, we'll make gold flasks and gold goblets, but I kind of want, we'll see it when we see it, Cold Fire. We'll see it when we see it. I feel like we should probably go down to magma because the number of trees on the surface is minimal. Gold everything? Well, actually, I mean, I was just going to go see if we can get some candy. Arrows decorated in white opals. Arrows decorated in gems so that you can shoot the gems as far away from you as possible and never get any use out of them. Decorating arrows is kind of redundant in my opinion. I watched a video last night of a bunch of ants eating a slug alive. I found it weirdly disturbing for some reason. All right. Gem encrusted candy. Gold nugget encrusted candy. How's that? What, encrusted adamantine stuff? Adamantine's not even that good in RuneScape, though. Because RuneScape has dumb materials that don't exist, like rune. Totally fake kid materials. Where did that come from? I don't know. I'm in a weird mood today. Oh, encrusted arrows? You can encrust arrows? What? Huh. God, there's so much gold. I don't know what to do with any of it. Such a useless material. Why did I stop digging up downstairs? No, that is all gold. Have I not stated a couple of times in the last few minutes that it's all gold? Yeah, literally, all of that is gold. All of the yellow shit is gold. Dwarf Fortress is like the only game that's kind of a fantasy setting where you groan and roll your eyes when you find gold. Let's go down to layer 90. We'll do that. Of gold encrusted adamantine. I mean, it would be unnecessarily blingy. It's like the Dwarf Fortress edition of walking around with a pimp cane. Do you roll your eyes when you find gold in Minecraft? It's been so long since I've played Minecraft. Oh, we certainly have the wealth, yeah. Pimp cane squad would be dope. What weapon in Dwarf Fortress would be a pimp cane? I would think like, actually, I think a pimp cane in Dwarf Fortress would actually just be an adamantine mace encrusted with gold and gems. There we go. We found our first cavern. That's actually pretty sealed off too. Oh, and it immediately connects to a different one. I think. Well, we found water and trees. Pretty. Ooh, there's blood. What kind of blood? Giant cave toad? Yeah. Dead cave toad. Pigs and make bacon? Oh, in Minecraft? Yeah, well. Oh, I see why we discovered it. It's because we dug beneath it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cancel all the way up to here. Do upstair, upstair, upstair. Dig out. and down to here. And we'll dig downstairs there, and I will build an upstair on that up-down stair. Something I did last night is I watched that movie about Deepwater Horizon, the BP oil spill. The movie was okay. I wouldn't recommend watching it. I've fallen past the disaster movie science fiction stuff because that's all I really want to watch. I just want to watch like science fiction disaster movie, and I've just been moving into like real world disaster movies because there isn't enough like good science fiction films where everybody dies. So instead I'm watching like real life disaster movies. Turns out they're very disappointing. I guess I could just go watch 2012 again. I wonder if that movie is even remotely watchable anymore. It was barely watchable when it was new. It's like, wow, people suck. I mean, not real disaster movies also make me sad, but that's kind of why I like them. With the horror movie Underwater. Isn't that the one that looks like it's an alien movie, but it certainly isn't? I feel like I almost went to go see that in theaters. Like, I remember talking about that movie, I think with Ryan, actually. There's another expansive caravan? Why do I keep saying caravan? Cavern. This one's like going straight through water right now. It's fun just like digging straight into the caverns. I enjoy this. Let's cancel all these. All the way down. Through to that. There we go. Let's just dig downstairs and dig past this one. It's nice and close. Easy to dig. I'll need to build upstairs, but that's fine. Just trying to seal these off as I'm doing them. Because I want to control where I break into the caverns. You heard your name. Did I talk to you about a movie called Underwater? Which then reviewed terribly, so I didn't see it? So I feel like I did. I feel like that was something I talked about on the podcast. Because I am desperate for more movies like Alien, but there just isn't any good ones. Even the Alien movies are not good. Science-themed Cthulhu? Oh boy. Anything that ends with cosmic horror always just makes me sad. Yes, I definitely talked about this. Or definitely talked about wanting to see this when it was announced. And then it got panned, and so I didn't see it. 48 on Rotten Tomatoes. Why is it like when a movie is under an hour and 40 minutes, it's like kind of default that it's not good? It's like I feel like there used to be a point where like movies were always like around that length, and now it's like if a movie comes out and it's a blockbuster movie and it's not longer than 4 hours, it's like, man, this must be shit. I kind of have this weird bias towards movies now. Where it's just anything that is not a million hours long is just not good. It's because they tend to cut all this shit? Yeah, it's like they had bad takes or something. Trying to get down to magma. Because that's the only way I'm going to get any kind of weapons. And I haven't even, like, really discovered much in the way of... Uh-oh. Well, actually. Weird sounds coming from outside. You know, it was a good movie, though. Green Room. That's a good movie. That's an hour, 30 minutes. Space Jam 2. Space Jam 1's a bad movie. Do I need to say anything else? I never was... I don't give a shit about basketball, and I'm not really a Looney Tunes kid, so I do not care about a Space Jam sequel. Audience score of 60? That means it's watchable. Maybe I should watch Underwater. Should see where it's streaming. Yeah, you should watch Green Room, Chat, if you like suspense or horror flicks, because that's a really good movie. Quietly has a really, really, really good cast, too. Holy hell, how deep is this map? 152? Okay, let's go to 145. I'm also kind of shocked we haven't seen any zombies yet. Although it's giving me a chance to actually get weapons. Which is nice. Green Room is fantastic, and the music's pretty good. It's one of the most punk rock movies I think I've ever seen. Warmstone. Warmstone. So we found lava. Looks like. Let's begin digging. See what we can find. I mean, stone is very temperate, not warm. Is that what you're saying? This particular stone is quite temperate. Need to set you to all counts accurate, because I need to know how much stuff I actually have. But we are brewing drinks from plants, so that's good. That's down. Let's actually go up. Let's go to 112. See if we can dig that out. Trying to figure out where the lava is, so that I can open it up and find out. For what sleep you did get? No, I completely agree, man. Like, I would like to refund all of the time where I just, like, lay on my back and stared at the ceiling from about 10:30 at night until about 1 in the morning. He just sits in the office and does paperwork. Just sits in the office, Vinsati. All right, well, let's just channel down into this on #1 priority and just see what we find. Well, there we go. Found the Great Magma Sea and raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Speaking of adamantine, did anybody see any of the sneaky adamantine in the background? More raw adamantine. 2 spires. One in the middle and one over there. And I don't think anybody melted, so that's cool. Oh, wow, actually. That was kind of a good spot to dig. Good stuff. Just going to designate these areas that will be easy to dig. Without having to immediately cancel everything. There we go. Then I can dig out underneath it, and then we can get a... Man, I kind of... Here's another thing that I'm bummed out about. It's the fact that, like, we have lots of gold, but, like, nothing that's really immediately magma safe. Nothing that's immediately very magma safe. There's quite a bit in there. I have a feeling that's probably where it starts, but I think we'll do the smooth engrave, smooth, or not smooth, smooth fortificate, fortificate. That's a thing I say. Smooth, and then fortify technique to figure out where spooky shit is. Although I think this is where we're going to put our forge stuff. Is fortificate even a word? I don't think it is. That sounds like something you'd go to prison for. Smooth and fortify. But this is going to be where we put the forges. Unless you're really fucking ballsy. This is going to be our... But dwarves can fortificate wherever the fuck they want, you know? That's the beauty of being a dwarf. So they don't care for public decency. They just have a beard, so it doesn't matter. Who cares if that dwarf's not wearing pants? You can't see anything. Just don't stand behind him. If you don't want to see it, don't look. That's on you. That there is on you. Man, these dwarves are like so hardy now, it's not even funny. This dwarf's still updating stockpile records. Well, at least we have 58 drink. 58 beverage. There's giant cockatiels outside. We also have sightings of magma curb. Pre-roasted crab, the best kind of crab. We also somehow managed to miss the third cavern lair completely. I don't know where it is. We just went right past it. I know that much. This is going to be the magma forges. So we're gonna make adamantine short swords and adamantine shields and adamantine helms and train with those, and hope that we can get some luck with that. Yeah, magma curb. Yeah, it's the side of the road made of magma. Magma curb.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
No, it's red sand actually. It's the most relevant that command has ever been. It's the most relevant that command has ever been. So what kind of stone is this? It's gabbro. So it's magma safe. I could kind of move it up. What, because of the giant cockatiels? I mean, we're not hunting them, so there is that. I'm still just shocked that no zombies have shown up yet. Because we are, like, right next to one. I guess we're only in year 1. Oh, yeah. No, it's right there. It's right there. I'm gonna dig over to it. I just need to dig up a little ways. Because there's this area where I'm gonna just store stuff. This is forges. And then this is going to be our little area where magma crabs can't easily get into. So I'm just gonna fortify the wall over there. But yes, we do have easy access to adamantium. Actually, let me do this way. Meaning I could just channel that tile out right there, which is what we're gonna do. But yes, we found easy access to adamantine. If I called the weaponsmith, you would be very helpful right now if you'd also go farm fields. All right, cool. Now we wait for them to dig. Things should be pretty much ready to go at this point. In fact, I might even put a sleeping area down here. Problem is we haven't found iron yet, so I literally only have one anvil still. We have the one anvil. But we'll get done what we can. And I don't really have a lot of workforce. In fact, there's actually 2 spires of adamantine that we can mine pretty easily from here. Apparently we ran out of drink/beverage producing plants. Another thing though is we've only had 12 migrants. So elsewhere in this faction, This fortress has 75. Violet Gems, which is one of our other fortresses, has 30. Mannerheim has 75. The Hillocks has 100. This fortress has 40. Like, the population of the fortresses I've made are not great, except for Bunny Abbey. So, chat, you remember Bunny Abbey from last week? The fortress on an island with a buttload of bunnies? Yeah, they have a population of 200 and are doing great. Breeding like Bunny Abbey. That's kind of funny to me. I don't know if you guys think that's funny, but I think that's very funny. They bred like rabbits? Absolutely, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give all of my miners stone detailing. You set up on a fort on Rabbit Island? Yeah, last week we for Easter we did a fortress on a little island in the middle of nowhere, and I spent literally every single one of my embark points on bunny rabbits. So we had like 200 rabbits by the end of it. And I made them all available as pets. So there's a lot of dwarves on an island with no access to the mainland, with a lot of pet bunnies. I mean, it was mostly just, you know, me goofing off, right? But that was the whole point of it. What do you mean by Frinky? Cyberline? Video is permanently buffering now. Chat, can I get, can everybody at Manufacturing Monkeys and pray to the internet gods that their internet get better? It just sucks that we live in an era where not everybody has good internet all the time, you know? Like, internet should be a fucking right at this point. It's kind of upsetting to me that it isn't. I also don't believe I ever actually made any of those beds public. So let's just pop up to here real quick. Make some more of those beds. Let those dwarves get beds. I think that's a thing here. Like, they have to tell you what ISPs are connected to the building when you sign a lease here. I'm pretty sure that that's a thing here. Because every building I've ever lived in has told me what companies have connection and what the maximum speed of each company has. But maybe that's just because I've been lucky with landlords in half of my life. So maybe I've just gotten lucky, I don't know. Yeah, that's wild that it's not a thing somewhere. Or rather, I think that's wild. All right, so I'm going to start doing this. The only thing available was dial-up? What year did you buy your house, if I can ask? Sarlacc? If the only thing that was available was dial-up. I mean, when the house that I grew up in, the only thing that was available when we moved in there was dial-up. It was the only thing that was available. Which is, you know, nuts, but... It's nice to see 5 other people streaming DF right now. There's only one person that's a bot. It's 5 people streaming DF. About people buying homes and ending up having to see it. Really? I mean, there was somebody who used to watch my stream who had, like, upsettingly slow internet. It was, like, 1 up, point something down. And right across the street had gigabit fiber. Like, his neighbor across the street had gigabit fiber. And for them to connect the fiber to their house would cost, and because they lived in the country area, so they lived on lots of property. It was something like their house was something like 200 meters from the road, so they would have to pay for the cabling to be put underground from the road to their house, and that would have ended up costing them something like $8,000. It's like, eventually they got it done, but it's like it took a really long time. So there was this one person who watched me for a couple of years who always had terrible connections in multiplayer stuff, and like, yeah. 2008, yeah, that sounds about right for more rural spaces, Sarlacc. What about Bingus times 2? What does that equal? Squawk. To put up a repeater? He kept talking about this, but like he didn't own the house, right? The person that I knew who was living there was just a little, like, not a little kid, but like, you know, a teenager, right? For your mother to have fiber and she paid it instantly? $16.5 thousand. I mean, if I could afford that and I just bought a house, I would do it, yeah. And they didn't charge you anything? That's because you live in a country where the internet isn't sold and held hostage, probably. I don't know. I'm assuming you don't live in the States. If you live somewhere where there's multiple ISPs, then they will bend over backwards to get you good connection. And they will do anything that they can to give you like something that is acceptable. If the other ISP can't offer you anything because they know that you want it and they know that they'll keep you. Right? But like if you live somewhere where there's only one ISP, yeah, they will they will do the opposite. They will give you the cheapest possible service for the most possible money. Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Monopolies are not good. You were glad you were able to... oh, really? Okay, fair enough. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I guess it depends on what region you're in, right? Man, I wish floor detailing didn't take 75 billion years. Let's get some other dwarves in on this. That's pretty good. I wish my old ISP actually followed up with the things that they said they were going to do. My old ISP basically promised me gigabit fiber on a fiber line 2 years ago, and they still haven't done it. And from what I can tell, it's not the fault of the ISP, it's the fault of my building. My building keeps voting against plugging it in because it will cost every single unit owner something like an extra $30 a month on their strata bill, because like if you own a unit in an apartment building, you have to pay strata, which is like pays for the upkeep of the building, right? And for a year, it would be an extra $20 a month to get the faster internet hooked up and get all the cables replaced in the walls, because right now the cables like literally can't support it. And they don't want to pay it. So they're refusing to hook the faster lines up. So I ended up actually switching to a different ISP because the old ISP's lines were just getting worse and worse and worse by the month. And it was to the point where I couldn't stream anymore. So it's like I can either keep streaming or I could just... it's like I could either quit streaming or swap ISPs. So I switched ISPs because, like, well, what are my options, really, at that point? I don't really have one. Oh, I think Evil Trick auto-hosted me. Neat. Yeah, I mean, like, it's, like, talking, like, the people on the ISP were literally like, yeah, we would love to give you service, but we can't. And so, like, like, every single help person I spoke with over the ISP was straight up just like, yeah, just go to Shaw. And it sucked, but, like, in their defense, they didn't say they were going to do this, but they sent me a check of refunds for the last 4 months of bills because of how bad their service got. So they straight up just, like, mailed me a refund check, which is, like, kind of cool of them. I wasn't expecting them to do that, but they did. And I'll totally switch back over to them as soon as that service becomes available, if it ever does. But it's just frustrating more than anything. I'm gonna hide all these down here. I'll screenshot this area once we're done bringing it up. We're smoothing it. Gonna go back down. There they go. Looks like my metal crafter is going to go construct a building. I think I'm going to give you furnace operating, weaponsmithing, and blacksmithing. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to give you weaponsmithing, but I am going to give you armoring. We'll work mostly in a 2-dwarf team, I think. And I'm going to need to bring that gold down here. But yeah, no, internet, that shit's just a mess. That shit's a mess, man. Minecarts? No, probably not. I just, people always ask me if I'm going to do minecarts, but you vastly underestimate how lazy I am. And how much I hate setting up minecart tracks. Like, yes, I could dig out a whole minecart track going all the way down, or I could just dig a really, really, really long tube and tell them to dump it, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to take the much less safe and much more dangerous route, and just dig a really, 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 really big hole. And then just throw it, which is what I'm going to do. So, like, I think, like, roughly here might go all the way through everything. This might be a... Oops, that's going down, not up. I want to go up. So let's see. Let's give surgeons some practice. I mean, there wouldn't be any surgeons because the only thing left of the dwarf would be a fine red mist. All right, well, let's try moving this a few tiles up, like to up here. All right, so let's just go downstairs and channel. And then up downstairs right next to it. That's a higher priority. All right. Place your bets on the number of suspected casualties from this. How many casualties do you guys think we're going to get? Surprisingly crisp. I mean, streams are perfectly watchable at 480p usually. You think one? One dwarf's going to die in the making of this? The elves have arrived to trade. How unexpected. Look at that. There we go. I don't think anybody's been obliterated yet. Still got 12 dwarves. Did I go all the way up and down? Did we make it all the way down? No, not quite. Still working. We're getting there. What would that do for anything? Are you on your way out, Dragonmans? If so, we'll see you later. Cheers, man. All right, well, now I just need to make sure that this goes in a straight line all the way down. And then there's like... almost... then at this point, we're almost done. There's right... here, which goes from where exactly? Starts here, pops down to that. So that's where they're going to appear. Meaning I should probably fill this one in. Which is fine. And I will put a door there and lock it. Let's wait for this to be finished first. Let's make 3 rock doors and brew some drinks. This is going to be so much faster than minecarts. You watch. Although, considering you guys were 100% wrong with your guess casualties on the initial digging of the project. Suspended construction of a wall. Well, I mean, there's a boulder in the way, so. What dwarfy stab at another dwarf's feelings? You couldn't even lift a rock? Although that's like the dwarven equivalent of do you even lift, bruh? So I don't know. All right, so I've got that magma forge made. And magma smelter. Oh, you're off to go do chores? All right, Pilot, we'll see you when we see you, man. You know, when your workday ends, kind of speeds up my workday, because I realize it's like, oh my god, your workday's over, meaning it's either 1 or 2 p.m., depending on when you ended your workday. Meaning, I've been streaming for 4 hours. That actually happens quite a bit recently, where I'm just like, oh wow, I've actually been streaming for a while. Where did that come from? All right, so let's go up to here. So I need to channel down to here. And then channel out all that. And then I'm just going to dump all of that gold into the hole. And then we have a potential accidental murder shoot, and also an easy access to gold. So, yeah. Garbage chute acquired. Garbage chute acquired. Or garbage, and by garbage, I actually mean gold. That's how most people refer to gold, right? Garbage? I mean, some people have taste and wouldn't make such jokes. Dwarf comic. How you doing, by the way? Clearly, Dwarf comic is not one of those people. I mean, they can have their golden showers and then go get adamantine, you know? So the last time I tried to mine adamantine on day 4, I auto-mined adamantine, and that was a mistake. I was like, I think the entrance to the circus is 1 layer down. Boy, was I wrong, so we'll see how this goes. Hopefully better than that. I'm assuming better than that. It'd be weird if it wasn't better than that. What have you been up to recently, Dwarf Comic? Anything interesting happen in your worlds? Dwarves' first world problems? What, getting smacked by demons or gold dropped on their head? I feel like getting gold dropped on your head would probably be pretty bad if you were human, too. Doesn't really matter if you're a dwarf or not in that regard. Alright, so now I can lock this. And jump up to this layer. Go up to here. And then say... garbage dump. Not gather and pick fruit. Garbage dump. And then we're going to go to stocks. Where is it? Stones, I think? Rocks? Probably under rocks. Or can never remember where just random bars are, or not bars, but like metal ores are in this screen. Steester family stuff. Yeah. I mean, I go on like this weird constant like frustrating flex between doing okay and doing absolutely atrocious, and I'm always somewhere in between the two and never quite either. So I'm all right. I'm surviving. Plenty of blocks, but that's not what I'm looking for. I mean, could just do it this way. Which is what I'm gonna do. Dump it all. Dump them all down. They'll get some extras, but that's okay. All of the gold. That's so much gold. So useless. I mean, we'll have gold goblets in no time, though, so that'll be nice. There we go. That should be all of it. So now whenever they get a chance, they will go and, you know, start chucking those. I mean, we'll make goblets, we'll make furniture. The dwarves will have very nice golden furniture. I mean, we only have 12 dwarves in the fort right now. We're in mid-spring of year 2. Kind of expected more migrants than this. I mean, the last fort I did in this world, we had like... Well, actually, although the first year we didn't really get that many. So I don't know. But we'll have many gold trade goods. I guess we can do dwarven strength training by giving them gold rings. And gold, like, bracelets and crowns and shit. That'll be good for something, right? There we go. We got the gold nuggets popping in. Actually, hold up. It's this one I gotta leave open. Then after that, we mine out this, and we're good to go. Water drinker? I like that. You could call them a river drinker or a pond drinker, maybe. Something drinker could work. Could call them a green lover. Could work. What's worm feed, though? Oh, here's one. A pet keeper. Because, dwarves who keep pets are often weak in the mind when the pets die. Anything that could be, like, weak-minded could be good. But there we go. And upstairs. That's our forges. And then we just need to wait for them to finish dumping the gold into the hole, and then we're good. So chat, Vinsati's trying to come up with dwarven swear words. Dwarven curses. You could think of anything that's particularly dwarfy. That could be used as a curse. Could be interesting. Could be fun. I'm trying to think, like, what would a dwarven equivalent of cannibal be? Or anything that could be like, yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Stone, that's the idea. Beardlessness is generally a thing that happens among dwarves that were raised by humans. So it's often dwarves that were raised by humans. But this is the process of transporting the gold down to the lower layers. Let's see if I can pause it and follow the fall of one. Oh, there it is. There they go. It's pretty efficient. Would be more efficient if I had more dwarves, but it's the best I can do for right now. Trying to think. What would the terms for muddy water be? Or like, is there a word for bathing or bath in Dwarf Fortress for the dwarves? Ooh, we have a trapper. I'm gonna give you blacksmithing though. Also gonna need some strand extractors. We got a carpenter. A thresher. Oh hey, General Grub made it. Welcome to the fortress, General Grub. Still dreams of mastering a skill, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. Any other dwarves? Burr, a cook. Cooks are always welcome in my fortresses. Quite a large one, actually. Good stuff. This is what we've been needing. Good number of new arrivals. Looking good. Including a glassmaker. Looks like a reindeer. Well, this is going to speed up the process of getting all of that gold down nice and quick, because they can all come and assist. That's what I'm, you know how I was talking a minute ago about how we kind of were short on dwarves? Well, let's solve that. Well, like mud bath could be one. Because dwarves don't like doing anything with muddy water. A miner guild has been established. Maybe I can make this into the miners guild. Because this right now is, well, pseudo bedrooms. How about beer bather? Well, dwarves like beer, so I don't know if beer bathing could necessarily be a bad thing, but yeah, I could see that. This is going to speed this process up tenfold. Dungsmith. You dungsmith! Learn to make a sword, you dungsmith. I like it. I could roll with that. I'd like to challenge the DF subreddit to come up with some Dwarf Fortress swear words. DF profanities. Although, I'll bet you could come up with something to do with, like, the word lust. To come up with, like, a fuck you equivalent. I'm aware we're also throwing some boulders down there. To spoil beer? Ooh. Like a ruined wine or something? Spilling your glass of beer on the ground would be like the equivalent of wasting a meal, which would be a pretty major offense, I would think. Dungsmith, there you go. Should post these somewhere or write them down. You smell of spoiled beer and you mine through rocks slower than an elf. Yeah? You're as blind as a human in a cave. No casualties yet on our gold transportation adventure. Some pretty good dwarven strength training, though. Rain lover. Yeah. Sun vomit. There has to be a way of mocking dwarves that get nauseated by the sun. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. Alpaca, calf, buffalo calf, bull calf. There we go. Let's also gather the plants that are up here. It's very rare that I use dumping to, like, actually transport stuff that I need, but it's actually pretty efficient when you need it. Ooh, the forgotten beast, Shadem Skolderol, has come. An enormous three-eyed theropod. It has 4 broad horns and a bloated body. Its clear feathers are fluffed out. Beware the deadly dust. That's an interesting one. Also, not particularly threatening to us, because I did immediately seal the caverns off upon discovery of them. So we will let it do its thing. Oh, sir. The insult simulator or whatever the fuck that thing was called. Ale spiller? Yeah, there you go. Welcome back, Wave Depletion. I hope the stabbing was quick and painless. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Like eating sentience or sentience consumption or something. Because anything that is murdering sentience would be a vile thing indeed. Stabbing success. Which stab did you get? Did you get the one and done or the need to come back for a redo in a month? Okay, so you got the same as me. Curious how you feel tomorrow. 'Cause I felt like shit the next day. Good God. But it's fine. It's funny. I've heard mixed results. I've heard that, like, oh, if you feel like shit after your first shot of Moderna or AstraZeneca, it just means that your immune system is good. I've also heard that it means that you would have gotten COVID really bad if you were to have gotten it. So it's like kind of mixed responses from that. It's like, I don't know who to believe here. Do I believe that it means that I have a good immune system, or do I believe that it means that I would have gotten COVID really fucking bad had I gotten it? I don't know what it means. Yeah, I'm sure it won't be too bad. I mean, it was just like mild flu symptoms, so it was enough to be annoying, but not enough to like actually stop me from streaming or anything. Enough that I complained all of that day. Not enough that I didn't stream that day. Which is like, I guess kind of ideal. Now I'm just hoping I get my second shot by June, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's mostly just wives' tales trying to make people feel better, Archie. I feel like that's all it is. For reference, we're taking all this gold from layer 8 and throwing it to layer 90-something. Or like 100-something. I probably could have done that, but instead I sat in my chair and streamed for 9 hours. And then sat on my couch and watched a movie. Like, that was my day. But you could barely get the energy to let your dog outside. Yeah, that's a totally fair reason to skip watching my stream for a day if you couldn't let your dog out. Hope you were able to find that energy, though. Yeah, no, totally. What's up, peace outside? Results in severe effects from COVID. Strong immune system results in severe effects from COVID. It's similar to autoimmune disease. The virus doesn't hurt you directly. Your immune system freaks out and damages your organs. Yeah, I've heard that. It's literally like your immune system attacking your lungs, isn't it? But you made your displeasure known. Well, I hope she still got pets. I'm just waiting for all this to be done so I can unforbid it at the bottom and start melting it down. Also, thanks for the follow the other day piece outside, by the way. I'm waiting for the dwarfs to just throw the stuff in that. Only one more to go, which is General Grub. I've got the last piece of gold. Inventory. Follow. There we go. Cheers. Glad people like those. The Guild of Copper has many members in Sandmire and now requires a guild hall. All right, well. So I just realized I forgot to write down the name of the fort. I really like the words mire. I've got Crawlmire and Sandmire in this faction now. Approve. Thrall of Begone Gut Spoiler. I like it, actually. Gut Spoiler. Yeah, I just... Ooh. And Bila got possessed. An engraver. You probably want a craft store shop. I'm assuming. Yep. Wants a craft store shop. Yeah, I would love to do more videos like that, but they're very time consuming and not financially viable. So there's stuff that I do when I have the time and the ability, not stuff that I can do frequently. Q's what I want to do. Stone rock, leather skin, okay. I want a lot of leather skin, okay. Let's do tanner's shop and a butcher's shop. Butcher a couple animals. We'll get both of these done in a second. There they go, perfect. I need to butcher these anyway. I unbutchered one of them. There we go. We're going to jump up to here and make a bunkhouse at the bottom. Because I do not have enough beds. Yeah, no, I'd love to get to that point at some point where I can focus more on the interview stuff, but for right now, streaming is the bread and butter. The dev interview stuff is a side hustle when I have time. Except for the stuff I do with Tarn, that stuff's worth doing, but don't have much, or I don't want to take more of his time than I already do, because I take a lot of his time already. All right, no upset dwarves either, so that's a good sign. Got another migrant wave. Oh, hey, Norstat. Another weaponsmith. Vim's here. Gem cutter. Axon's here. Everybody's here. Dr. Phineas with 10 months. Cheers, man.
Crypt 1, Crypt 2, Crypt 3, Crypt blah.
It's a lot of months. Bastet's here. Who else is here? Everybody's here. The whole gang arrived. We migrating? We definitely migrating. Players taking control of another space. Time to move in. All right. B-Lug is grabbing leather. I'm going to grab more leather, and then going to grab more leather. With regard to stuff like that, I'm amazed I do as much as I do. Peace that side. I'm amazed that I do as much as I do. But I got a few things in the hopper that are being quietly planned. I used to work on a YouTube channel called Schematics. You can look it up if you want. Where that was like all we did. B-Lug's begun his mysterious construction. Like literally all we did was interview developers, more or less. So it was kind of more than just our bread and butter. It was just what we did. That channel is now unfortunately defunct, but we all kind of went our own separate ways. So it's actually kind of like me bringing back something that I used to do in regards to the interview stuff. It's like something that I used to do a lot and don't do as much anymore. But it's nice to be able to do those. Because I do really enjoy the dev stuff. All right, well, since we've dumped all of the gold down there, something I can do now is open this, claim all of this, remove dump on all of this, and smelt gold. We'll just leave that on 0. Let them start working. Let them start working. Needs empty food storage item. Well, I'm working on it, okay? People should start making rock pots. I'd hope. Give you stone crafting. Give you stone crafting. You're a glassmaker. Give you stone crafting. Stuff starts getting done. Good to see. And we've got our first artifact. Quartzite Bracelet. From the Dwarf B-Lug. I'm starting to think that like all of our named dwarves are just like the dwarves that show up whenever there's stuff happening, and they're like the get things done crew. This is a Quartzite Bracelet. Chewed sly. It is encrusted with oval quartzite cabochons and decorated with yak leather and encircled with bands of round quartzite cabochons and water buffalo leather. On the item is an image of Daipug, Bronze Forest, the human, and Tall Whisper, the giant cheetah, in granite. Tall Whisper is striking down Daipug, Bronze Forest. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Daipug Bronze Forest by the giant cheetah in Tall Whisper, and the Pleen of Fists in 181. That's a terrifying thought. A giant cheetah? It's like moves 1 billion miles an hour. Also is giant. So it's like a bus. Getting hit by a giant cat bus. Now this is starting to sound like an anime. But like, that's kind of terrifying. Working on them rock pots. There we go. Meditate on laws. All right. And I've got my dwarves smelting gold ore. Meaning, I should probably make more smelters. Hey, Poimu. How was the stream today? Thank you very much for the raid. Must be a very hungry cat. It's a big cat, man. It's a big cat. Big cats are scary. What are we playing today, Poimu? What were we playing? What was on the dock for today? Let's get 2 more magma smelters up and running. Also, I'm going to do the polite thing because I don't know if I have any mods around. But, there you go. We'll give Poimu a follow. They've been supporting me on Patreon for a while. You can find them in the credits of my YouTube videos sometimes. Rounds of beers and such could also be helpful, yeah. And there we go. It's more gold smelting possibilities. And now we could say gold. Actually, no, let's go armor stand. Gold armor stand. 10. Let's make 10 of those. How are the day forts going? Well, I want to go to war with the Necromancers, and all we found is this, like, lame-ass gold. So, we've been spending the past few weeks rebuilding this faction, and we've rebuilt it quite a bit. Also, somebody just gave birth to a boy. And so this fortress is kind of an attempt at a military outpost. But in order to do that, you know what? This can be my miners' spot. Thank you, Wave Depletion. Cheers, man, for gifting a sub to Poimu. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And thanks for the raid. Thanks for bringing some friends. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? Cheers, Wave. It's that vaccination celebration. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start mining out the green up here. And down here. I have a lot of miners in this fort. It's actually really nice. Considering Long Death has like 2 right now. Yeah. I feel like there are a lot of people from the Spanish community flip over and then can also speak English too. Few exceptions, of course, but what were you playing? Were you playing Dwarfs or something else? Or just rusty at streaming in general? Streaming is kind of like riding a bike, though. Once you know what you're doing, it just kind of works. It's not really a skill that you lose. I gotcha. DF with a friend. I mean, we're all noobs once. Just enjoy the process, though. I'd like to make a bunch of olivine blocks. Because olivine is a very pretty green color. It's fun to get to mess around with green. Although, one problem I do have with this is now I'm going to need to transport the stuff back above ground. Which is going to be slow. All right, we're going to dig in this area. This is going to be where we're going to fight. Or train fighting, rather. This was going to be a little room back here for weapons. So this will be a weapons stockpile. But I need to actually go get the adamantine before I can make a weapons stockpile. Whoa. Spitalier, thank you very much for the 19 months. It's good to have you back. One more month at a time. Cheers, dude. Round of beers and whatnot. Thanks for continuing to watch and support the streams. Bet the absurd amount that you have over the years. But yeah, this is going to be our training space. Have a good dinner. And thanks once again for the raid. Please just find iron or something. Iron or something! Iron or something. A Dwarf Fortress prayer. Instead of just this silly gold. Silly, silly gold. Even copper, yeah. I'll take tetrahedrite. No questions asked. You want to give me some tetrahedrite? Some silver and copper? That'll be great. Let's mint a bunch of coins. Oh. That's what we found, guys. More gold. More gold! Great. Excellent. Shed single tear for nothing but money! You gotta love it. You love to see it. It's the best you could say. And big thank you, by the way, for gifting subs and for the resubs, guys. Cheers. Gold armor stands we've made. There's even more gold! Just what I needed. Yeah. Well, once we work through all the gold down on the lower level, we'll come back up here and dig out this area. Jesus, man. This would be a nice tavern lair, actually. Some fast digging. We got a lot of dwarves that can dig. We've done a lot of digging, so I've got a lot of really good miners already. I got 2 legendary miners already. So, that's helping. I wonder if that Forgotten Beast is still running around. Oh, it is. There it is. These bedrooms are not exactly kingly, but they'll do the trick. Dwarves will prefer to have beds that they've claimed over not having beds that they've claimed. This kind of looks like a weird hammer thing. Build a little extension onto the end of the hammer, if that's what this is actually. Kind of looks like a hammer. That kind of looks like a hammer. What do you think? And it's not really what I was going for, but we'll roll with it. And this over here is going to be the Miners Guild. Guild of Copper, I think. There we go. Miner Guild. The Holes of Copper. Haven't found any copper yet. Gold stat 10. Gold sar 10. Might as well make some sarcophagi. Gold chest 30. And gold goblet 20. Except this is going to be prioritized up. And we will continue smelting all of that gold ore. Well, clearly some people decided it would be more efficient to walk all the way to the surface to smelt. If anything, actually, I should probably just dump this stuff. But I also don't really want to accidentally, cave in the foreheads of any dwarves, so, it'll just be a, mind your head, right? Mind the drop. Mind the bump. Yeah, no, we're literally left with no options but going for adamantine. We have no other options whatsoever. Such a bummer, Such a goddamn bummer. I think someone's streaming League of Legends in the Dwarf Fortress directory. I think. Haven't seen anybody get splattered yet. I'm kind of shocked no one's died. In that very, very, very safe setup I have. Anyone else kind of shocked no one's died yet? After much prospecting, we have found the location of the adamantine. And we'll dig down next to it and can start mining it out. I have a feeling it's probably safe already, actually. Just need to make sure all the gold's in that one pile right there. Because if all of the gold is in that one pile, then that's the only place they can take it from. So the way I'm going to have to do this is smooth it, mine it, smooth it, fortify it, mine it, smooth it, fortify, mine, smooth, fortify, mine. Because then we'll know that the line behind it is safe. So this is going to be kind of a slow process. It should also be relatively safe. And then we will get strand extractors up and running. And get some of that, that sweet, sweet adamantine. Actually, although I'm going to need to do this on higher priority. So I've got a bunch of other smoothing jobs that are trying to get done. There we go. Kind of wish that you could just fortify without smoothing first, but it's fine. Masterpiece gold goblet. Good stuff. It's pretty quick progress for this fortress, not gonna lie. Just some candy armor strands. Well, we need to get there first. Need to get down here first. No, I set those to mine, not fortify. There we go. Let's see what's on the other side of that wall. More candy. From the looks of things. You've made tacos? I am prospecting candy. How are your tacos, and what did you put on your tacos? Welcome back. Well, it's me. How was you? Good to hear, Will. Heads up, chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Artifacts? I mean, if we're able to get some artifacts made out of candy, that would be pretty cool. We'd immediately get probably the most valuable artifacts in this world, because I haven't done much candy mining. I had one fort with candy, and I dug too deep. Very quickly. On accident. So one layer up. Going to make a stone stockpile, which is just going to be for raw adamantine. It's going to be for raw adamantine. Whoa! Oh, there was fucking lava in the middle of that. Well, that fucking sucks. It's very shallow, too. Well, the first accident. Oh, I can't make gold slabs. Can I get some Fs? Because that poor dwarf died too young. There's a little surprise pocket of magma in there. That's That's rude. It's fucking rude, man. At least all of it will go away quick, you know? Resets the days since accident sign. We were doing pretty well. We were doing pretty well. Like, we've been here for almost 2 years. So considering we only just had an accident, that's pretty good for like Dwarven work safety standards. That's pretty okay. You know, like I can live with that, with those numbers. I can live with those numbers. That's something that we can live with. Is candy ore safe from magma? Does candy ore burn? No. I think the strands do, though. Fortunately, though, that wasn't the whole magma sea. It's just a small flow, so it'll go pretty quick. Maybe you'll start doing that with long death days since an accident. It's been a good long time since I've had any, like, major accidents. There was a dwarf that fell off of the wall, but that was in an alternate timeline, so it's fine. I want to say there's nothing beneath that. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, we found out who was lost in the magma. Belug. Excuse me. Rest in peace, Belug. I also should screenshot the magma forges. R.I.P. Belug. You died too young. It's one of those things that you hope never gets fixed. What about biting out eyeballs? I don't even think those are on the lists of things to be fixed, so I don't think you need to be too worried. I think it's time to place our golden statues that we've of course started. We're gonna fortify that wall. So if there's fun on the other side of the wall, we will see it. There might be fun there. That looks like a pretty suspicious little bit of spire. Nope. So that's safe. Or should be safe. Unless they break the rules that I thought that I knew. I am trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to go out of my way to not breach. All right, well, the dwarves have arrived to trade once again. So I'm going to trade them my coins. Yeah, no, I'm trying to do the opposite. So I'm smoothing the stone and then putting a fortification there so we can see past it, which could in theory intentionally breach, but also then the demons can't spill out of hell if I breach this way. They will see and then will, or the dwarves will see them and they will stay safely on their side. So I'm trying to just mine safely. If I was intentionally breaching, this would be a very short day for it, which isn't really the goal. I'm just trying to get adamantine because it's going to be the only source of weapons that we're going to get. Zon says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Dwarves. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? No words from the queen on the current status of things. Why am I requesting wood? Old habits die hard. Silver, copper, bronze, steel, and iron, please. And Chewbacca. Oh, you don't want coins, you say? Well, you're getting coins anyway. I look forward to our meeting next year, and our fortunes, of course, shall rise and fall together. All right, we'll give them a little bit of time. But yeah, no, if I was intentionally breaching, I'd just be auto-mining all of this. Carving fortifications is not an intentional breach, although I have a feeling that there is either lava below that or lava on the other side of that one. But there isn't. Interesting. So once you've done this, then it's safe to carve out the fortifications. Then you smooth the next line and dig out the next layer. It's a very slow way of doing it, but it's the safest way of mining adamantine. That I know of, anyway. Because the demons can't... Well, I mean, in theory, I guess the demons could dodge through them. So if you had dwarves with bows positioned on one side and there was flying demons on the other side, then they could dodge out of the way of the arrows and jump through the fortifications, but that's the only way they could get through them. So it's pretty unlikely. Usually what they do is they run up to them, see the fortifications, and then just turn around. So... It's time-consuming and kind of annoying for that reason, but it also means that you can very safely get all of the sweet, sweet candy. It's just a bit time-consuming. You can also look diagonally, like this. Maybe I should sell them some goblets. We'll do that. And also gems. And request our trader. And then they lag the fort because they try to path through, but there's no path. No, they can't lag the fort. So they would try to lag. It would lag the fort if there was a door that was forbidden. So like if there was an artifact door that was forbidden, and they try to path through it, that would lag the fort. But because they can't path through a fortification, it actually doesn't cause any lag. They will run up to it and then turn around and go back down. I mean, obviously, if there's like 200 of them just like hanging around, that'll cause some lag, but it's no different than like if you just have 200 dwarves, right? And even then, because they're not actually doing any jobs, they're just idling. They don't really cause any lag. They only cause lag if there's like a bridge or something that could cease being a wall at a point that they could try and path through. But assuming you're being smart about it, they literally cannot path through it. There you go. You'll see in a second. You have discovered an eerie caravan. The air above is dark stone, and the floor is alive with vortices and purple light, and dark boiling clouds, seemingly bottomless glowing pits mark the surface. I really hope I did this correctly. Yeah, we did. So they can't actually come out. You'll see in a second. Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. So yeah, once again, what you want to be doing is you want to, and I'll show you right here what I did. I smoothed the wall, and then once the dwarves smoothed it, hit capital F, and put a fortification there to peek through the corner. If I just dug that out, then I'd be letting all of the powers of hell into the fortress. But now instead, they may come and flying up towards this thing. Yeah, here they are. I guess they realized that they can't get up and out, and so they will sit here and be like, "Brrr, I can't escape. I'm so mad." And then they'll just sit there. See? Like virtually no frame rate change. So a little bit of frame rate change because there's suddenly like 150 extra entities. But once they realize they can't pass through and they just leave. Yeah, I mean, they could in theory shoot fire at us. And they'll probably spook some dwarves. But let's see if the dwarves can run over here and mine. Why is that so strange? I mean, we just, like, knocked on their front door. And then, like, fucked off, so... yeah, of course they'd be mad. But yeah, that's how you safely dig too deep. Copper, silver, steel, iron, copper, silver, bronze, iron, copper, steel, silver, bronze, copper, steel. Perfect. I'm gonna buy some of this cloth stuff. Do you want me to actually go look at the demons? We totally could. I'll buy some books. Master of the Boss. That's a good name for a book. I like that one. And I'd like to buy those anvils, please. I'm gonna make more golden goblets because I just sold all of mine. Oh, pff. Interrupted by demons. All right, well, okay, dwarves. I will cancel that until those dudes sawed off. Hopefully I got enough there to make like at least an adamantine sword or two. So yeah, and like you can see there's a little bit of lag here. There's a little bit of lag. But like it's still perfectly playable. It's more just because of all the extra entities suddenly on the map. Once they leave, they'll go away. A waxwing demon. A huge one-eyed waxwing. It has a pair of knobby antennae. It is emaciated, and its buff feathers are long and sparse. Beware its noxious secretions. Isn't there also, like, another Spire of Adamantine around here somewhere? I thought that there was. There's, like, one. Ah, there's the other one. Yeah. That's pretty easy to dig to. We could go down to the other one. Try and get some more. So something I think I'm going to do is I'm going to jump down to this layer. Just make a bar block stockpile. Just bars and blocks. Maybe 2. Hey, Diamond. Your dwarf hasn't migrated here yet, but what I will tell you is your lover has. So maybe your lover doesn't like you no more, but our good dwarf, Crazy Beard, and Wave Depletion moved in, and, well, Wave Depletion is in love with you, Diamond. So, just thought I'd let you know. Wave Depletion and her significant other have moved in. And also, this is a very scary forgotten beast named Usnar who has come. An enormous blob composed of snow. It has 3 narrow tails and it undulates rhythmically. It'll die when something breathes on it. An enormous blob composed of snow. And it immediately left the map. As I would too, if I was an enormous blob composed of snow. I guess I should screenshot this, you know? Jack Frost, an enormous blob composed of snow. I would think Jack Frost would be cooler than that, but oh shit. These need to be metal bars and blocks. Just want the gold and the steel. Which you enjoy greatly. Yeah, well. I'm just sad that we hit them so quickly. Because, like, I would have very much liked to not. Also, shoutouts to those Steam Brutes, because the Steam Brutes are extremely weak. The demons, yeah, the Banshee of Steam. These guys, I saw a bunch of those dudes on the other time I dug too deep in this world. And they ended up like a couple miners were able to kill some of them. So, like, those guys are real weak. Because they're composed of steam, right? Going to get some more forges and stuff set up. Yeah, of all the things a demon could ask to be made out of for Christmas, that's a bad one. I'm not sure, because you're not here. So I'm not entirely sure, but your name is just Diamond. I'm assuming probably the one from one of the previous weeks, when you two were in the same fort. Making more golden goblets. One of the first times a Forgotten Beast invaded your fort, you over it for like an hour, setting up your militia, only for it to die in a single hit? Yeah, that'll happen. Also, I need to engrave some stone. Because this is my Miners Guild, and I don't want to accidentally piss them off by not completing it. Should I duplicate steel? Oh, are you asking which last name? I'm not sure. That one. Saxul Shelrit. That one. Saxul Shelrit. Sack, yeah. Sack, not Meg. Hopefully that's helpful. Where does all that steel come from? You don't care? What, just like duping steel? It's a old dwarven magic trick. The secret is they just don't tell each other where it comes from. More migrants? I mean, I'll take them. Not even despite the danger? Okay. Don't you love it when they engrave a picture of floor on a wall and then it just looks like more floor? Look at the steel. Now back to me. Now back at the steel. Now back to me. Suddenly there's more of me. What? Wait, no, not me. The steel. Cool. The guilds are satisfied. This is a weird shaped fort. All right, so let's jump down to you. Well, by being your own boss, you mean by buying a bunch of shit on Alibaba and then reselling it on Amazon at a massive markup and hope nobody notices? Is that what you mean? God, I love how that's what the internet's become. Like, the version of those same ads was, this man got rich doing this thing and all business people hate him. That's what it was before, and now it's just, you know, this world that we live in now. Local businessman hates? Yeah, because local businessman isn't already doing it himself. I'll say this, if it was that easy to make $1 billion a month on Amazon, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch. I'd be selling shit on Amazon. Got a brand new baby boy, up to 61 derfs. It's not theft. I mean, not yet. It's called controlling supply and demand. That's the justification I've seen a couple times recently for, oh, hey, another one of these. That's the justification I've seen a couple of times for selling tickets for shows and like, or scalping any product. But the very popular religion here, the Defended Dominion, requires a temple and a priest, meaning we get to make a temple. I think we'll go right here. Well, that time we scammed a scalper, oh, by mistake without even realizing it, and then realizing it afterwards and then feeling way too proud of ourselves. Yeah, I remember that. Where we gave the scalper a ticket that we'd already redeemed. Yep. Good times. I almost feel bad about that. Almost. Not quite. Almost. How are the days going? They're going by. Time after time. You should always want to play DF. It's meant to look like what you think it looks like. I think it looks like some sort of musical instrument. Chat thinks it looks like a pipe. Hobo thinks this floor, or Where did it go? Hobo thinks that this floor looks like a vibrator. I mean, he's kind of not wrong. When I look at it. I mean, everything is an elaborate butt plug if you're brave. So, looks like a saber. Yeah, there you go. Most sabers look kind of penisy. This floor is a sickle. There, see, like, everybody says it's something else. Looks like a long hallway with some offices on the sides, which is what it's going to be. The hammer's a few floors down, actually. But this was just from my prospecting efforts, so. So we're going to extract all those strands down there. I don't even think I have any strand extractors. Oh, I do, actually. Here, you can have strand extraction. Bastet can try some strand extraction. And you can have some strand extraction. That'll be more than enough. A long and convoluted story to tell yesterday? Well, here's the thing. There was a stream. You just didn't know where to look for it. It was just on Discord, and it lasted like most of the day. I streamed a bunch of records, then we watched cars go fast, and then we listened to more records, and it was a good time. You could have been there, but you weren't. And that's on you. So you could have told that long, elaborate story, in fact, in person, over voice chat. You chose not to. So you used to work for a large evil corporation for a while, and they called you and offered your job back. Okay. So are you taking the job back at the large evil corporation, or stick it to the man? Also, Diamond, other Diamond, not the one who's in love with Wave Depletion, made it here. Apparently. Huh. Well, they conveniently forgot. I don't think they missed that part. I think they just conveniently forgot. So, what are you going to do then? I'd say demand more money for said evil plots. And then take it for a bit, and then leave once you're done getting your bonuses. Profit. Like gold buckets. Because we're classy. What they used to pay you, you'd consider it? And did they get back to you? This doesn't seem like a very long or convoluted thing, by the way. You made it sound way longer and way more convoluted, and I ran out of booze. Whoops. Do I have a mayor? Apparently not yet, somehow. Woo! Spooky! A human has come. A medium-sized creature prone to great ambition. Oh no, a human! I love it when this happens. It's a were-creature that just took too long to get here. So he stopped being a were-creature before he could get here. Oh no, a human! Is it a naked human? Oh god, a naked human, even worse. It's gonna stand there awkwardly for a minute. I don't have a military yet to beat the shit out of him. I mean, I could just, like, make a military. But I'm not done with my armor-making stuffs. And I haven't really looked at who would be good in the military. General Grub, would you be any good in the military? Dreams of mastering a skill. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and is conflicted by this, is considers does not even can you handle stress? Sure. Oh, now I have a mayor. By the way. It's like, I would like to kill the human, but, did I accidentally put my manager in there? I think I did. Go beat the shit out of him. Kick his ass. Charge. Now he runs away. There he goes. They're chasing him. They're not very efficient here. Yeah, I did put Ezem, the manager, in there. I'm going to remove you from the squad. And put Attis in there. Sure, why not? Human, friendly. Ah! My dwarves are going real slow. Come on, guys. You can outrun stupid human. Ah, there we go. We caught him. Got him. The recruit punches the human in the head with his left hand, bruising the muscle. The force twists the neck, tearing the skin. The mason says, "Death is all around us. These injuries. Begone, fear." None of my dwarves got injured, though. And a farmer guild hall is requested. Okay. Hobo, just because I make very artsy rooms in this fortress, I make an attempt at making artsy rooms, and you guys just insult my art by calling it phallic. Like, maybe I would make more art in DF if you didn't just all call it dicks all the time. Maybe. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would. I think people pretend that they want fancy rooms in DF, but they actually don't. This is going to be the mayor's bedroom, by the way. Not my art, though. It's okay. You could theoretically make a fort that could get you Twitch banned. I mean, I guess if you drew a booby, yeah. Here's my my fix for that. Don't draw a booby. Rude, Phineas. Rude, implying people would watch other people over me. And shouting out other people in my chat. Sad days. Yeah, no. Yeah, I would also recommend you go watch Cupo. Frankly, at that point, you're better off. We all know. Look, Fort is very serious place. Stop joking around. Yeah, Fort Booby is a very serious place. Please respect the nipple. Don't say mean thing about Booby. Okay, Fort Booby is very serious place where you all want to live. Okay, so if you want to live in Fort Booby, look away while I keep making steel balls. Remove one of those ears, one of those O's, and it just turns into bubble tea, which is almost the worst thing you could possibly put in your body. Almost. Bubble tea is so fucking bad for you, good God. Quite literally am making balls of steel right now, so... Have you ever looked at the carb, sugar, and calorie counts of bubble tea? God, that shit's awful for you. It's awful for you. It's like the equivalent of drinking 2 milkshakes. Like, it's so bad for you. It's really funny to me when I see people complaining about, like, weight problems, and then they go order a large bubble tea and a Starbucks latte. It's like, it's fucking terrible for you. Bubble tea is awful for you. It's like you might as well just be drinking candy. It's like all sugar and fat. It's terrible for you. I've tried it, but like I've had it a couple times because I know people who like it. But it's like the equivalent of drinking an ice cream cake. Like, it's quite tasty. Like, I like bubble tea. It's good. But I do wonder how people drink that shit every day. I do genuinely wonder that. Without, like, just keeling over and dying. Because I would. Tapioca is nice. Yeah. Depends on what they're putting in it, Chocolo. Depends on what they're putting in it. It's like the Seinfeld frozen yogurt episode. I've never really watched Seinfeld, so I like Seinfeld stand-up, but never found that TV show to be particularly my thing. Did I assign those to be melted? There we go. I have a shit ton of gold. Yeah, and most people get the extra sweeteners. Most people get the extra cream. Most people get extra tapioca starch. Like, you're basically drinking a starchy milkshake by the time most of them are made. Also, I don't know how big... Well, I mean, 240 mils is pretty small. Like, the ones that they sell here are generally closer to 600 to 800 mils. I think they also sell, like, a 1 liter one, which I see people walking around with pretty common, the big tall ones. So, like, yeah, you get a decent-sized bubble tea, and yeah, that shit's awful for you. Like, not even joking around, that shit's just awful for you. Queue up wafers. Eight ounces is like 240 mils. This is, I think, a 300 mil mug. This mug. So how did I trap the circus? I actually like timestamped it so I can go back and make a video out of it if you want. But smooth the walls and fortify the walls, and then you can see through the walls without them popping out. Smooth the walls and fortify. I'm just usually too lazy to actually do it, so I just auto mine and hope for the best. But like. Yeah, usually I just auto mine and hope for the best, but. Temple to the defended dominion, which is the god of weather and laws. And gold altar. 1. Kind of wish the do it now option was available in this. I need more mason shops because I've got plenty of craft store shops now. Might need to actually suspend all of the gold stuff because I need to start making wafers. So we're about to run out of adamantine strands. Rebuild all the workshops to gold versions? Maybe new ones. Although gold isn't, it isn't magma safe, so I couldn't actually make these ones. Gold is not magma safe because understand logic, you know? Well, you can't construct things out of gold, I don't think. Like, maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Yeah, no, you see, you can't use gold. You can use iron. I got tons of gold bars. Maybe blocks? I don't know. But I ain't making gold blocks. Fuck that shit. Just straight fuck that shit. I'll stick to what I'm doing. This is working just fine. This is working just fine. A lot of those suggestions are things that it's like, yeah, sure, I would do that if, ergo, if I, wasn't just doing this as a one-off fort. I'm just going to deconstruct these because I don't really need them anymore. Although I think that they stopped some of the strands, but that's okay. And I don't want to queue up crafts jobs down there. Yeah, I accidentally stopped some of the Ada strands, but that's okay. Let's try and make 10 adamantine swords. And keep working on the steel balls. We made plenty of golden goblets. I'm making balls out of steel. I would say my balls are made out of like general flesh, like most people's. you know, like human materials. What am I doing down here? Trap components, that's what I'm looking for. And you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Melt metal object 0. In fact, I might actually be able to go and mine these out. Maybe? Because the clowns went down one layer. Yes. What was me? Adamantine swords are far and away the fastest way to turn anything into a fine red mist in DF. Yeah, see, now I can mine out the rest of this because the clowns went further down. How many are actually in the screen right now? Well, not even that many. Just some monsters of salt, gray monsters, thrush monsters, waxing demons. They wax it all off, Mr. Miyagi. I'm still shocked I haven't seen any of the undead yet. The priesthood of the defendant of Dominion is ready to be recognized from the temple's location menu. All right. P, recognize priesthood. Pilot, you're now our priest. Congratulations. The Necromancer's is too busy with his writing. Oh, probably. I mean, there's 300 things here. 300. So I was expecting them to show up real quick. I was kind of figuring like, oh, they're probably like, you know, out and wandering a whole bunch. But then I was super quick about like setting up spaces to hide, and I don't know, they don't seem too concerned about me, so. We should also be so lucky as to truly master a skill. I'm bored after being unable to practice martial art for too long. Wave depletion. Well, go join the military then. Diamond is satisfied at work. How about Ezem? Angry after getting into an argument. Well, that's unfortunate. Satisfied at work. Good stuff. Plenty of booze again in the fortress. As it should be, damn it. There's a baby here for some reason. Hopefully mom's carrying you. Yeah, it looks like it. Nish, the metal crafter, satisfied at work, wants to acquire something. Well, gold crown, 50. Gold ring, 50. Gold. There we go. We'll make them some nice golden things so that they can acquire things. Damn it, I was hoping I could make gold clothing. I really hope one of my metal workers has a strange mood and comes down here and is all like, yo, I made a adamantine spear encrusted with this, studded with that, menacing with spikes of this. You know what I mean? This is gonna be the mayor's bedroom, who isn't even going to realize how nice their space is. Currently, all of my military are completely unarmed. Dwarves are gonna be pimps with all that gold. I mean, we got quite a bit of created wealth already, and we haven't really started making anything valuable yet. I made an adamantine cabinet, and the best part about that is it's gonna show up in your legends for the next forever. Just forever. because it's going to be one of the most valuable artifacts in your world. So every single thing that happens going forward, you're going to see about it. All right, can someone, take some of that adamantine that we have and, make a sword out of it? There we go. Forging adamantine short swords. That's what I want to see. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to jump up here and go over here and say, let's make a P pile, aka a weapons pile. We got 11 adamantine wafers. It's not much. That's not much. Okay. I'm going to melt them anvils. Yeah, I've got tons of gold. That's not even all of it. I'm not even mining all of it. Imagine if I mined all of it. There you go. My mayor now has a thing. And mayor is demanding bolt. They make those at Craftsdwarf shops, right? I think they do. So probably like axes, right? Yeah, copper battle axes. Give them less good armor, and they won't be as good. Give them less armor, and they will be less good. All right, you guys should go claim that sword. Or you know what? I'm just gonna... General Grub. I'm gonna give you that adamantine short sword. Meaning pretty quickly here you should go claim that. There you go. I'm actually kind of impressed as to how many adamantine short swords they've been able to make. For some reason, I thought they used way more wafers than they have. Melt a metal object. Although we're still working on those strands. So there is that. A doomed ghoul operator. Rude. The forgotten beast Sigma, embroiled Wulstwul, Uthma Ezja, has come. A gigantic eyeless cockroach. It has lacy wings and a bloated body. Its black exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its deadly blood. Of course it has deadly blood. It's a giant insect. Not too worried. Dwarves are melting anvils and balls. How much you want to bet that that's a spy coming from the evils? It's Def's a spy. Oh, what? I set that all to marker? God dang it. I love it when I accidentally set things to marker only. I feel like I literally never do that intentionally. Does anybody ever actually use the markers, or is it always just an oopsie when you use markers? Because for me, it's always an oops. How far through them swords are we? 4 of 10? I also wish that armor didn't also like have all of the clothing in there. There we go. We're still getting stuff together. Still canceling on the lack of adamantine, but we're doing all right. Let's follow Inul as they dig over towards the other adamantine spire, which we'll still need to be careful about. I need to get them at the very least like steel helms. And steel shields, or some form of shields. It's been more than 2 days. Because I had it on Tuesday, which is the 6th. So I have had it since the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. How do I feel? I feel fine by now. Certainly didn't feel fine initially, but I feel fine now. All right, let's actually cancel those last two, because there's plenty here. I'm going to make a bunch of craft store shops again. And get the strand extractions up and running again. But I felt like trash for about 24 hours, and since then I felt okay. A goblin criminal has arrived to visit. Cool. Although, oddly enough, it's the humans that we're at war with here. All right, let's get more strand extraction up and running. And I'm pretty sure I've still got, yeah, adamantine wafers. Up and running. But yeah, this is how you safely mine adamantine. What's the goblin's name? Goblin criminal there. There he is. I also have a doomed ghoul named Kudust. The human furnace operator doomed ghoul. Who I'm assuming is about to steal my one artifact. I'm just assuming that. Shoutouts to the person streaming League of Legends in the Dwarf Fortress directory. That's kind of meta. Another one. Nagushdang. Osnun Nagushdang. There's 2 goblin criminals visiting. I'm going to set all of my stuff to citizens and long-term residents only. Just to kind of deter theft. Although they'll definitely get noticed because my tavern is in my main stockpile room, so they'll certainly get spotted if they try and steal my stuff. So yeah, if you're ever wondering how to safely mine adamantine, this is your best way to do it, is just... We're completely safely mining this. Those are all fake names. Is it worth spoiling? Actually, yeah, just go ahead and spoil me. What are they from? Where are they from? Who are they? I'm going to screenshot them because I think that that's kind of interesting. I'm still very amused by the fact that we had a human show up. We were able to kill, by the way, a random human that was definitely a were creature, but like... I don't understand what you're asking. Why mine it like that? So that if I punch into the circus, I will see through into the circus and the clowns can't come out versus, you know, just mining it. Oh, those names are not in Legends? Ah, darn. I guess they just assumed those fake identities for here. Diamond has given birth to a girl. Congratulations. And Esm has given birth to a boy. Pretty busy these forges be. We're down to 3 adamantine short swords. And Kickroast has given birth to a boy. My God. Y'all be fucking busy, guys. Not bad. 64 dwarves. We don't actually have a cap, so we could just like suddenly get like another 100 dwarves, which I wouldn't totally mind. This is what happens when the game doesn't give us iron. We go get adamantine. We are very greedily lapping up all of that adamantine. Ever so greedily. I guess, you know, after making adamantine swords, I think I'm going to do Ada spears. So we could have 2 different adamantine heavy squads. Speaking of, whoop, 1 swords dwarf. 1 dwarf has upgraded to swords dwarf. General Grub has become a swords dwarf. who is satisfied after fighting and exhilarated remembering performing. Isn't teaching swordplay kind of a form of performing? I like this. He's like separating them out, and then they're dueling, and then the others are watching, I think. Yeah, no, they're doing individual drills and watching the duel. That's cool. Stuff's never gonna get old. Gold rack. I need a golden rack. Let's make more adamantine wafers. Smooth this. When did we discover adamantine? In this fortress? Well, we started this fortress 4 hours ago. 4.5 hours ago. About an hour in. Just dug, found it. This is a one-off fortress for Saturday, so because I do one-off fortresses every Saturday. We discovered that the fortress had an abundance of gold, but nothing actually useful. So we are going for much strand. So we are, showing Kojima how it's done with all of the adamantine stranding instead of death stranding, Sometimes you just gotta show Kojima who's boss and give them adamantine stranding. The truest form of stranding, of course. We also found a portal to hell, which I was very careful to dig around, but we can see into it. So if you would like to go sightseeing and have a peek at the various creatures from the underworld, you can go say hello to them if you like. Get startled and maybe have some fire thrown at you through the wall, but it's fine. I need to designate some items to be melted. I'm also trying my best to melt down some steel balls. So yeah, quite recently we dug too deep. We dug too deep and too greedily, but with such skill that we outsmarted those creatures from below. Because this faction, well, not this faction, but other dwarves in the past in this world have dug too deep, and I'm assuming that the dwarves would use the cautionary tales from the forefathers from previous members of the various factions to learn the skills of how to correctly dig around the careful, brittle spires of adamantine in the depths. That's kind of my headcanon for this, is like, once dwarves have dug too deeply in the world already, then it's kind of other people have done it, so must be safe for these dwarves. They must just know how to do it at this point. Saruman is wagging his finger at you. It's okay. Good thing Tolkien doesn't have anything to say here. I mean, I also dug a really, really deep mining hole right there, that little mining shaft, and threw all of the gold from the surface all the way down to the magma forges, so I didn't need to cut down more trees, because there's almost no trees on this map, because it's a scorching, untamed wilds sand desert, basically. And when I was in the process of doing that, I didn't actually crush a single dwarf, which I'm quite proud of. Yeah, right? Children! Wave depletion. Speaking of children, we got children piling in from Bellinair's stream. How you doing, Bellinair? How was your stream today? You're ending early. Chill day today? But thank you very much for the raid. You were you outriding again today? I think you were still outriding, right? Short day and hungry? Yeah, I know that feel. Do what you gotta do. Thank you very much for the raid. If you guys don't know Bellinair, you should be watching him. Especially, if you want to find a crew to play Outriders with. Because he's been doing that a ton. Felt a bit meh. Gotcha. You took a day off yesterday, yeah? No, don't do that. We already dug too deep right there, so there's fire brutes chilling underneath the adamantine. And so now I'm digging too deep over here. I'm digging up more adamantine, is what we're doing. Because we want to fight back against the Necromancer threat. Because we're still trying to bring this faction back from weakness. So I'm hoping that by building a bunch of forts, which I have done, and now building weapons, great, powerful weapons, we will be able to bring this faction back from nothing, which is what they currently are. I'm making tons of dwarven strength training, I mean jewelry out of gold, and various other toys for my dwarves to play with. But thank you very much for the raid. Today I'm planning on doing a long stream. I'm doing dwarfs for a good number of hours. I'm actually probably going to go get lunch in a minute. But I'm going to do dwarfs for a couple more hours at the very least. Because I still want to actually go raiding some stuff. And then after we're done with dwarfs, I'm going to go play more of the Witness. So I'm going to go stare at line puzzles for a few hours. So I'll probably be on for another 4 or 5 hours. Your chicken wings are almost ready? Good stuff. Good sturf. Post pictures of chicken wings. And chat, please go follow Bellinair. Do that. He will stream Dwarf Fortress again once the Steam release comes out. Bellinair actually is a DF OG. He played a lot of Dwarf Fortress on Twitch back when he first started. And then left for various other greener pastures. How you doing, Pi? How's things, man? I could probably just auto-mine this, he says. I could probably just auto-mine this, he says. What could possibly go wrong? How about we mine along that? But how we doing today, Pi? Hope things are good. And also, for those of you who haven't, if you happen to have Game Pass, specifically PC Game Pass, download Rise of Nations. Because on Monday, me and Evil Trick, I think, are going to try and do some viewer games with that. Be really cool if we could get like an 8v8 or a 10-player free-for-all or something stupid like that. Can't find your charger. Charger for what? But yeah, that is annoying. I'm sorry. That's a lot of adamantine down here. Shit. I had this high-pitched electrical whine in my apartment for a couple of days, and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then I realized it was actually the USB charger that was powering my USB light that I used to light up my record player during the record streams. I was making this real high-pitched weep, so I unplugged it and tossed it. It's going to the recycles. Because fuck listening to that shit. Most annoying garbage on earth. Ugh. It's the worst sound. It's absolutely not going to listen to that. Especially because, like, to me, electric wine means it's going to catch fire. I don't know how true that actually is, but I often feel like if I hear something electrically whining, it's going to catch fire. I'm just finding things after magically not being able to find. Yeah, right? This weird mystical ability of like, I can't find the thing. And then boom, there's 4 of them. I own 4 of them? Have you ever had that happen where you like you can't find something and you've been looking for it for a while and then you realize you own like 8 of them? Or that you bought extras that you didn't need? Because I've definitely had that happen. Sounds like praying with extra steps. Yes, except praying would require religious thoughts, which I don't have ever for anything. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Do not want to automate that. Because there could be another fun teleporter here. And that's the last thing we want is more fun. Right, Chad? More fun. Huh. Let's make some more crafts dwarf shops. Get more strand extractors down here. Like you. You can help with strand extraction. And you can help with strand extraction. And you can help with strand extraction. You have hands. You can also help with strand extraction. The most time-consuming fucking task dwarves ever have to do in the history of ever. Are there gods in the DF world? The dwarf fortress generates gods and religions. And religions can be persecuted. So entire religions can be evicted from factions. Also, you can have traveling priests show up and give sermons. And the elves have arrived to trade for some reason. Granted, we probably should trade with them because, historically, we are very friendly with them. So we will sell them many gold coins. They will love our gifts. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so the gods differ from world to world. In fact, I have a priest in this fortress. Their job is called the Sacred Help. And Lycott, the Thresher, has been taken by a Fey mood. Ah, going up. Oh, nope, going down. Ooh. Fingers crossed that they use something cool. Please use some adamantine. Please make something cool. Craft store shop, but still, please make something cool. Claims a craft store shop. Yep. Grabs Gabbro block, I think. Sweet, all my dwarves have become swords dwarfs. Which is what I was hoping for. Why all the balls? Because they're good for melting. That's what I'm using to dupe metals. So I could actually get steel stuff. They're also really good for just training weaponsmiths. So I'm training weaponsmiths and also duping steel. Oh, come on. Cut gems, you must have rock. Well, how about we cut a piece of adamantine? since you seem to not actually want that. I mean, I could call the dwarf Robert Baratheon, but why would I quote a dead book series and not so great TV series when I could just create a better story within DF organically? But in theory, yes, I could do that. They have a giant wolf. I think I'm actually just going to take their fruit. Persimmons, pears, peaches. I'm gonna have some fancy wine. The elves are ecstatic with the trades. ASOIAF. I don't know what that is. I think I know what it is, but I'm going to pretend I don't know what that is. Here's the thing, right? Just don't care. And you'll be disappointed less. Which is the route I've gone with life. I expect all authors to disappoint me. Or suddenly turn into insane people. I expect authors to not finish books. I expect authors to get paid lots of money and make a big movie series and then get bored of writing. How's things, Gaynard? How are we doing? Hope you're doing well. Also, A Song of Ice and Fire 6. I figured that out. Took me a second, but I had to think about it longer than I should have. Yeah, only read from authors that are already dead, or authors who have finished their books. There we go. We get an adamantine cut gem. I wanted to use adamantine in this artifact somehow, just to make it super valuable. Oh, you begun a mysterious construction. Cool. Also, I need a armor stockpile for over here. Do I have any favorite authors? You're asking somebody who has a very, very, very difficult time reading. So unfortunately, I can't really give you an accurate, response to that. I mean, I read the first few Wheel of Time books way back when, but I barely remember them. So no, not really. It's all good. I think Freskins might actually be here, Ismail. I think he might be here right now. Maybe. You notice 2 weeks later. I mean, not everybody checks Twitch notifications, okay? I'll say this. I get a dozen random Twitch notifications a day. But you may have actually seen Zamalf's videos before. It's possible if you've gone looking for Dwarf Fortress tutorials in the past. Trade depot destroyed? Excuse me? What? 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 Oh. A were-lizard. One of the elves was a were-lizard. So where's the were-lizard now? The elves are lizard people? I mean, they are the true reptilian overlords, I guess. I don't think they actually bit any of my dwarves, though. It's just a donkey was fighting. Where's the were-lizard now? No, seriously, where's the were-lizard now? I do not know. I genuinely do not know. Okay. Lycott the Thresher has created Lemist Mushtod, Atzul Rinul, a raw adamantine figurine of Usnar, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Vubok Dobshut. What a thing to complete during a were-lizard attack. That's actually a really cool one. V? I saw the remake of that series pretty recently. 902,000 Durfbooks. That's valuable. All right, buckle up. This one's lore heavy. This is a raw adamantine figurine of Usnar. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Usnar, the forgotten beast, and Baligd Curious, the giant cave toad, in raw adamantine. By Lycott, Baligd Curious is striking down Ushar. The artwork relates to the killing of the forgotten beast, Usnar, by the giant cave toad, Baligd Curious, in Sandmire in the mid-autumn of 372, during the rampage of the forgotten beast, Usnar, in Sandmire. So do you remember how I said that that forgotten beast made of snow was just going to randomly die to some mob that breathes on it? Yeah, this is the one. And apparently they named the toad that killed it. It is encrusted with round gabbro cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular raw adamantine cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of raw adamantine. On the item is an image of vine-shamed the Glade of Intensity, the raw adamantine figurine, in Usnar, in coffee wood. Also, that's a good name. Vine-shamed the Glade of Intensity. Of course, they shamed the forgotten beast that died to a toad. Some beasts, as they say, are better left forgotten. It was a blob composed of snow that floated onto the map a little while ago, and I just kind of ignored it. I like that it died to a toad. The toad probably just, gently poked it. That's a good one. I like that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. I think it's time that we find something I could send my soldiers out to go poke. Say hello to. The goblin town of Rooter Puzzles. 5,000 goblins. That's a lot of goblins. Let's find something that has nothing in it. Hated Bewitch is a pretty good name. I kind of just want, some stuff that I can quietly plunder and not get in trouble for, you know what I'm saying? Bronze Violence of the Fogs of Cobalt. We could go after them. The Dark Human Pits. Cruelbeard. Cruelbeard was one of my, Oh, interesting. The Plank of Dots took over Cruelbeard. Was one of my fortresses things. Dark Goblin Pits of Profane Crow. I'm going to send the dwarves out to go raid Profane Crow, and we'll see how that goes. Banshee of Steam has given birth to twins. So do you remember how I mentioned once before that the demons start breeding? Demons can breed. Steam Mommy is giving birth to Steam Baby. And now we get more Steam. Basically, Valve decided to make a baby. When Steam Mommy and Steam Daddy love each other very much, we get Steam Baby. Ah, perfect. Whole area I can just mine up. It's good to see. It's nice when the adamantine is just right there and done. On to the next layer. Melt down all them spiked metal balls. I wonder if we're going to find another portal to hell. I'm not sure. Also, which tower, Vin, was it that had the undead mantis people? Because we could totally go raid that tower. Because that's totally an option. I'm amazed I don't have any strand extractors yet. Like, nobody's listed as a strand extractor just yet, which I think is kind of hilarious. I need another military leader. How about Tygo? 80 years old, uneasy after being able to acquire something. You want to be extravagant, lonely after being away from friends. You want to help somebody. Okay, so no, you're not a good dwarf for this job. How about Vakar? Well, no, you're extracting metal strands. Monkeys, how about you? Acquire something. You want to be extravagant. You want to practice a craft. Mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Okay. Finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. Lives an orderly life. Does not move to mercy. Not often lustful. I'm looking for another squad leader. The Brass Scholars. It is then. What's that supposed to mean? Feeling? I'm just kind of making quickie squads. I'm not really worrying too much about... Like, if I was taking this fortress more seriously, I would take a lot of time to, like, one by one select dwarves, but I'm kind of in a rush, so I'm just kind of making things, not worrying too much about keeping the dwarves super happy or anything. So as long as the dwarves are just kind of Happy. We're good. But there's no drag. I for some reason I thought you were trying to depict an image on the screen. But mission report: raid Profane Crow. The raids begin. That artifact was a good omen. Seems like we snuck in undetected by the seduction of the hideous witch. The tactical dunes stole treasure from Profane Crow. 1 copper toy axe, a troll for a rope, a diorite earring, glorious, and 1 giant cave spider silk rope. Glorious, as per usual. Well, looks like things are getting off to a good start, I would say. Although I don't actually want my manager to be in the squad. This is the second time I've accidentally put my manager into a squad. There you go. You can join the Brass Scholars. It's time to make troll fur boots just in time for winter. Yeah, we can have troll fur booties. The dwarves will love it. Although, I've been very distracted, and I'm kind of hungry, so I'm gonna go grab me some toast quickly for lunch. To everybody who's been hanging out in chat, thank you very much, first and foremost. Thanks everybody for a few gifted subs earlier and a couple of resubs, and the generous tip from Cooler and Cyrolac. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go grab me some lunch. You guys can watch the military train, and I will turn off job cancellation notifications so you guys don't have to stare at those. We got plenty of booze and plenty of foods, so stuff should be fine, assuming wherever that were-lizard was doesn't come back. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. And thank you, everybody, for spending time in the channel and hanging out. If I could get a couple rounds of beers, as you guys already started and I already asked for, and for those of you who happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. BRB.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
Bring out your dead!
Where are they being drawn from? My butt. And investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. So I'm just going to finish chewing here for a second, and then we'll fuck up this Cyclops. Lunch has been et. The Cyclops Thad. Alphathanthra. Quiz chest has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. Does it have any fun toys, though? That's the important question. Does it have any fun toys? There you are. Ooh, a copper spear. Whoa. This copper spear is circled with bands of oval tapazolite cabochons. 35 kills. 2 people have used it. An elf and the Cyclops, who has 34 of the 35 kills. That's funny. All right, well, here it cometh, slowly. And I will tell my 2 squads to go and attack. Here they come. Charge. Ooh. Looks like Cooler is bleeding pretty bad, and General Grub's also been hit pretty bad. I'm going to make a zone right here and call it a hospital. They did win, but it seems as though Thad got some pretty good hits in. Yeah, got a couple punches in. But looks like they were able to kill it. Yeah, the Cyclops managed to stab one of the dwarves in the upper arm pretty bad. So I noticed something when I was running through. Got a few dwarves that really, really, really like helping others. So Tygo, you're going to be my chief medical dwarf. And Tygo, I'm going to give you all of the medical things. Yeah, looks like they may be wielding very strong weapons, but they're very short on the we're very short on the ooh, God, look at all that blood. Well, that's one dead. Cooler was found dead, unfortunately. Bled out before he made it back. Well, I think to that we owe Cooler some salutes. A good military dwarf he was. We're gonna place those golden sarcophagi at the end of whatever this room is shaped like. That's a lot of blood. Damn. Damn. No Fs? You guys suck at this, chat. Not a single F to pay respects for the good artist who draws all of my emotes and drew all of my sub notifications and everything. Like all of the art you see on this stream was drawn by that man, and not a single person can type in an F. Very disappointed in your lack of enthusiasm, chat room. Why do I even pay you to exist? And now General Grub is potentially bleeding to death, and none of you seem to care at all. Why do we even try? Well, I mean, he found fun, that's for sure. Now this dwarf is getting some adamantine stitches. Some very expensive stitches. I mean, like, at the end of the day, if you guys don't care, that's fine. That's fine. It just means that I will go play other games sooner. That's all. That's all that it means. Clearly, none of you care. So I will pretend that you do for the YouTube people and then move on with my day. Because you guys are all just like, yeah, fuck Cooler. Yeah, fuck that guy. He was an asshole anyway. Nobody liked him. But, like, guys, come on. I'm so disappointed in all of you. So disappointed. Y'all always ask for violence. I give you violence and just disappointed that I'm giving you violence. All right. Jokes aside, though. Gold splint, 10. Gold crutch, 10. Why that, Lemon? Still assuming that mini dwarves are extracting metal strands, yeah? Oh yeah, tons of strands still need to be extracted. All right, well, let's get back to this. Although it looks like General Grub is going to come too. No, it's called strength training. If you actually cared about the dwarves, you would have paid proper respects when deaths happened. But you didn't, so I refuse to believe that you care about any of my dwarves. Just period. I refuse to believe this. Apparently I forgot to do stuff when I woke up. Whoops. Unfortunately, though, I cannot get down with this style of hating on the poor living and dead dwarves. Supposed to respect the dead, you know? That dwarf finds obligations to be pointless. That's funny. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. See, that dwarf knows what's up. But then again, the funny thing here, though, chat, is Belug, who's making fun of my poor dead dwarf, was the first dwarf to die today. You dream of mastering a skill. Extremely friendly. Little insufferable. And is conflicted by her... and she's completely wrapped up in her own appearance and abilities. How do you take stress? She thinks she's fairly important. All right, you can be another squad leader. I mean, this is a military fortress, so yeah, I would expect that. There's just, you know, dead Cyclops chilling there. It's fine. F for Lugdorf? No, absolutely not. As you said, the dead are lame. Why would we press Fs for Belug's dwarf if you refuse to press Fs for someone else's dwarf? That's just rude, frankly. Although it is funny. It was a mining accident. You were digging around in adamantine, and you accidentally poked. And you accidentally poked a adamantine spire that had lava behind it. So when you carved through it to check, you know. Yo, there's a Age of Empires gameplay trailer for the new Age of Empires. Also Forgotten Beast, but hold on, I need to look at this. That looks Age of Empires-y. Not sold on the UI. Music intensity increasing, huh? Huh. Well, all right. You know, I never thought I'd see the day where this game actually exists. I like that the buildings are still super off-scale, though. Kind of looks strongholdy. No, this is New Age of Empires. This is not a mobile game. This is gameplay reveal for New Age of Empires. Came out today. I don't know how I feel about this. Looks kind of ugly. Like, that's my knee-jerk response. Looks kind of ugly. The Forgotten Beast Thessa has come, a giant waxwing with external ribs. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its slate gray feathers are long and narrow. Beware its fire birth. Hey Magda, what's up? No, it's not. If anything, I would say it looks kind of bull. Would be how I feel about that. Your shirt looks better, and your mug looks better than that. The Forgotten Beast Thessa. All right, well, you can't really come in here, but stuff's already on fire, so you're operating as you should be, I guess. Oh, fuck. Am I actually out of gold nuggets? I think I'm finally out of gold. Relic? Relic makes good stuff when they're left to just make good stuff and not told that they have to make certain things. Problem is they're often told by publishers they have to make certain things. So Relic has made many good games in the past, and I've got faith in Relic to make good games. But yeah, you're not wrong. It looks kind of ugly. I'm not gonna do the bullshit thing that B-Lug said, which says this looks like a scammy mobile version, because I don't think it looks like a mobile game. I will, however, just state that it looks ugly, because that would be insulting all mobile games, and there's some absolutely gorgeous mobile games out there. I've been trying really hard about not to, like, if I'm saying that a game looks ugly, to just say that it looks ugly instead of saying, oh, that looks like a shitty mobile knockoff. It's like, no. No. Many mobile games look better than that. You know what I mean? Like, don't be so rude to some mobile games. Come on, there's some real good mobile games out there. Especially in a world where Caves of Cut is coming to phones pretty soon. There's some real good mobile games out there. I'm kind of worried that I'm going to accidentally dig into the caverns. I think what I should do, actually, or into the lava, I think I should, oops, dig out this way. Actually, no. Dig out this way from up here. Okay, then you just don't know what you're talking about then, because that's not what the New Age of Empires is. The New Age of Empires is a full PC RTS, fully fledged PC RTS. So then you're just ill-informed, not making cheap jabs. which is fair enough, I guess. It's relaxing for a bit, and you're actually feeling pretty good today, which you haven't felt for a few months. Oh, that's good. Glad that you're feeling good. Was the first time you saw it? Well, fair enough then. Let's fill this in. Sweet. Apparently I just dug into more adamantine. Or, no, I just found another adamantine spire. But now I also have a pretty good idea of where this is. And Kikros, the dwarf, and their baby is, like, stuck there. Perfect. And then I can just fill this in. Excellent. No one got hit. But there's another spire over there. Meaning more candy. Because I didn't want to accidentally dig into lava. So now I know where the edge is, which is good. Well, I mean, all right. You know, I don't see this discussion as worth having, Belug. If you really want to have this discussion, we can, but I don't see it as worth having. Because, like, you're just, you just don't know what you're talking about, but that's okay. The game looks bad, but you just are ill-informed then. Hey, Formal, what is up? How thing be? A day found me well? Days haven't found me well since 2018. Sometimes I find days well, but days don't find me well. Days hate me. That's about it. Has the night found you well? I don't know. I don't remember the night usually. You're talking to somebody who's constantly depressed and asking if the days found me well. The day wants me to die. That is the only thing the day wants me to do, is die. And the fact that I'm still breathing is a positive thing. But, you know, we're just mining candy. Pretending the wall of demons that we found at the other end of the cavern layer are not there, and, you know, just doing what you can. Just doing what we can. Well, here, then I'll properly answer your question. The days don't find me well. Sometimes I find the days well. But days don't find me well. I just get through them. One day at a time. Also, apparently, Spitalier threw 98 bits at me, so thanks for the 98 cents. What? Was that when I was getting food? Thank you. Shit. And I saw your DM about the Mantis peoples, Vin. They're actually pretty close. I don't know if I necessarily want to be attacked by undead Mantis people. Let's go raid Profane Crow again with my 2 good squads. Also, I hope General Grub's up and moving again. Okay, so candy is a DF slang term for... Oh, his lower leg's dented. That's fine. Candy is a slang term for adamantine. Because apparently stating that adamantine exists in Dwarf Fortress is a horrible spoiler, which you would never, ever do to anybody. Why would you give somebody a spoiler of such a massive degree? It's like, as if people don't know that there's adamantine in this bloody video game. But yeah, so it's just the DF term for adamantine. People call it candy in RuneScape? That's news to me. I never call it candy in RuneScape. You almost lost your leg, General Grub. Almost lost your leg, but didn't. Yeah, well, I kind of go back and forth interchangeably and call it adamantine or candy, depending on, I don't know, the second that I say it. Give you an update on the bugger? Well, you're about to go out to raid Profane Crow. His upper leg bears a short straight scar. His right lower leg bears a short straight scar. And his left foot bears a very long curving scar. You fought alongside Cooler. Also, apparently you have a lover and a wife in the fortress. Lykot is your wife, and you're a lover with the other militia captain. Monkeys. You're moving very slow because, well, obviously you're carrying much gold, and you're walking on crutches, but you're off to go raid the Gubbins again. You got into a fight with this guy, Thad, Alvath Mithria Quishas, the Cyclops, and won. So there's that. Which is glorious, I should say. And there's a honey badger fighting with somebody, which is now dead. You just killed a honey badger, meaning I guess you now officially have a kill. A honey badger. Go get him. Go get him. How are we doing on those Addy shields? Well, we're getting on them. Gotta make 10 more. Gotta make lots of Addy stuff. But I guess to fill you in, B-Lug, on the Age of Empires shit, Microsoft built a studio specifically for, or it's like Microsoft Strategy Studios or something, a studio specifically for remastering, redesigning, and rebooting the Age of Empires franchise, and brought on Relic, who made the Dawn of War games, good and bad, to work together directly with Microsoft to make a fully fledged Age of Empires 4. This was back in like 2017 that all this was announced. There was a announcement trailer back then, which was all CG, and that's the first gameplay we've seen. And yes, it looks bad, but like, I don't know. I guess I automatically roll my eyes when people are just like, well, I would expect that to be a shitty mobile knockoff. It's like, well, it's Microsoft. And I don't particularly like Microsoft, but if they've been doing anything right in the past few years, it's how they've been treating PC gaming on Windows specifically. They've been doing a very good job taking care of PC gaming, in my honest opinion. Between the shit that they've been doing with Game Pass, making everything readily available and affordable, and porting all of their first-party titles to Windows and doing all that shit, like, honestly, I feel like they're doing a pretty fine, okay job with all of that. And so that stuff's very nice to see. And they've done a great job on the definitive editions for Age of Empires 1 and 2 and 3. Whether or not you like Age of Empires 3, I guess. And Age of Empires 2 definitive edition is kind of like a ridiculous value. Like, it's kind of bonkers how much is in that game. No spoils this time. The defenders were led by the dwarf Okast Veildquid. The dwarf Veildquid's tactical planning was superior to General Grubb's, and they had a positional advantage. Okast surprised monkeys. The dwarf Lykot was struck down. Okay, so that was an unsuccessful fight. Meaning we lost one dwarf, which is fine. Acceptable losses. Although we're losing very valuable weapons, so hopefully we don't lose too many. So yeah, that's kind of, I think, my frustration when I see people saying that because it's like, well, like if they've been doing anything right, it's been their stance on their classic PC library recently. And I wish other companies would do that much. But yeah, no, that's kind of a shit looking fucking gameplay pitch. Well, now you do. You know a little bit more about one of my favorite franchises of all time that I'd like to see not fucked with. But it looks like they're fucking with it, so c'est la vie. Yeah, no kidding. Gotta go after some other people. Wasn't this was one of the ones, right? Okay, we're gonna go raid this place. We're gonna send the Brass Scholars and the Palisades of Truth. Good luck, dwarves. They're gonna need it for that one. And the humans apparently arrived to trade, and I forgot. I'm just remembering I forgot to rebuild my depot. Should do that. We're forging adamantine helms. But no, I've been eagerly awaiting updates on Age of Empires, but it just kind of, for lack of a better term, looks like Stronghold, and modern Stronghold games are bad. So, I don't know. I just kind of lost most of my hope that I had in it. Most of my hope lost in a matter of minutes. It just looks framey. That's like I'm skimming around through it again in the background. It just looks really framey. That's my main issue. Looks really like I'm kind of fine with this sort of cartoony look to it, but it seems framey and it just looks clunky. Yuck. Castle with 10 people in it? Oh, it ain't a castle. Oh, it ain't a castle. And there's more than 10 people there. The game just doesn't count. General Grubb has grown attached to an adamantine short sword. Fitting. As you should. What are you currently wearing? You've got an adamantine shield, an adamantine sword, and a crutch. This is a masterful adamantine short sword created by Vim. Those adamantine stitches are very tough too and will hold in battle. No questions asked. I don't know, but like one of my biggest things that I'm trying to not do anymore is describe something that I think has a not great art style as looking like a mobile game, because in a world where Monument Valley exists, I feel like we shouldn't be talking shit about mobile games, because like, yeah, okay, there's classic Clash of Clans shits and stuff like that, but like, I don't know, there's just some really pretty mobile games out there now, to the point where like any game could just look as good on mobile or another platform. I mean, they just released a trailer like earlier today. Here, I'll link it in chat because I already kind of looked at it, but I don't know. We need a better way of talking shit about ugly looking games than just saying they look like mobile games. 'Cause I feel like it's not fair to mobile games. 'Cause I've seen like Jupiter Hell described as a mobile game a couple of times. It's like, yeah, but like, if Jupiter Hell was on mobile, I'd play the shit out of that. I'd be all over that shit. Some migrants have arrived. Just gonna add these dwarves to the squads. Suddenly worried, actually. Also, looks like my squads are returning. Interesting. Or is this just a different wave depletion? Nope, this is the same wave depletion. I love that that whole cavern layer is just burnt down now because of that forgotten beast that had fire. Like, this whole cavern layer is just burnt. Clickbait game? I don't know if that's necessarily the right... we need a better way of talking shit about ugly games. No, there's shitty looking games everywhere. I mean, here's the thing. We had shitty looking games everywhere before. They were just called Flash games and they were free, so nobody cared. Right? Nobody cared when they were Flash games. Because there was good Flash games and there was bad Flash games, and people would just kind of play both interchangeably and not really care. Let's keep mining out all the adamantine. Visually, sure, it looks better. I kind of don't mind the art style. The UI seems a little basic, and not in a good way. It looks very framey whenever anything big falls over. I'm kind of sad that they're doing away with the more realistic scaling. I don't know, there's just something off about it. There's just something not quite right. I mean, it looks a hell of a lot better than everything Game Freak announces for Nintendo, so there's that. Or announces for Pokemon, I should be more specific. No, totally. I mean, many Flash games went on to be fully fledged series, but for every Binding of Isaac, you had 1,000 Kick the Puppies. And I played the shit out of Kick the Puppy. Actually, was it Don't Kick the Puppy? I think it might have actually been Don't Kick the Puppy, and you earn points for not kicking the puppy. But the Kick the Puppy button is right there, so of course you kick the puppy. So... But yes, I'm not discounting the fact that Binding of Isaac exists. Throw the Penguin was gay. There was also one where I was hitting I remember hitting kittens with a baseball bat. I think that might have been on Addicting Games. I can't actually remember, but I do remember playing a Flash game at my cousin's house at one point, which was literally just like hit a kitten with a baseball bat, the video game. I'm sorry, that can happen? Whoa! Did you know that Forgotten Beasts can spawn in hell? Because I didn't. Until like 5 seconds ago. Dude! The Forgotten Beast, Ibrook, Omrevert the Bastic has come. A towering three-eyed titmouse. And it's gonna get fucked. Well? Somebody clip that, please. Anyway, that just happened. Alright. It's already gone. I think it just left the map. Alright. Probably just gonna go get wrecked by Hellspawn. That or it's running away because it saw the Hellspawn. One of the two. Anyway, Forgotten Beasts can spawn in Hell. The more you know. Forgotten Circus. There you go. Thank you. The hell? I guess the more you know. Learning something every day. Freskins knew that the Forgotten Beasts could spawn in Hell? Well, alright. It's still like a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4, I guess, chance that they would spawn in Hell. So we went and raided this place. General Grub led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human necromancer, Abe Clinchgoat. In the midsummer of 373, the dwarf General Grub outmatched the human necromancer, Abe Clinchgoat, with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Skyends. Fingers crossed. It goes well, chat. This could go badly for Grub. Looks like... the human necromancer was the new human necromancer Ebb Clinchgoat was struck down by the dwarf Aerith, belted figure in Skyends. The mantis man Dasob Paste Charm was struck down by the dwarf Phycod. The human Zeppo was struck down, and the elf Rickus Smith League was struck down. Well, we got one of those mantis men. One of those legend mantis men. The human necromancer Ebb Clinchgoat's left eye was smashed out by the dwarf Aerith. The human necromancer Ebb's lower lip was smashed. So basically you ran in and beat the ever-living shit out of the necromancer in charge and stole a bunch of shit. All right, let's go do that again. That little human castle. This time... Oh, wait, I need to wait for them to come back. A few beers for your dwarf? More than a few beers. You guys took out a mantis man. Also, mantis men are terrifying because they're equipped with not one but 2 pairs of scissors. Terrifying. And hands, probably. Full keg for Grub. There you go. Full keg for Grub. Grub, the one-legged general. Let's do that again. Vin, was that necromancer anybody important? Be kind of cool if we just killed somebody very important. But I kind of doubt that. Ah, no more I can mine. Well, so basically right now, they come back, equip new adamantine gear, and then go back and raid again. And then come back, equip more gear, and then head straight back out to go raid again. That's basically the way it's working right now. They come home, they pick up new gear, and then they immediately get booted back out to go and raid again. And I'm going to put a refuse pile right there. And a, whoops, corpses stockpile down there. Just so that we can get rid of that stupid, you know, giant corpse right there. They automatically grab you, so you've read? Yeah, I've read that in a few places as well. Forgotten Beast Rapula has come, a towering three-eyed click beetle. It has a long and swinging trunk and it undulates rhythmically. I'd be surprised if there wasn't another Forgotten Beast in this area to go fight with it. But I've been kind of just ignoring this cavern layer. There are many great beasts that we could be battling with, but we have more important tasks that require our murder. Watch individual combat drill. Also, now I'm wondering if Age of Empires has a release date. Fall 2021. They also have a bunch of new screenshots on the Steam page. I don't know. Well, maybe I'm growing on the UI. I'm not a huge fan of the font choice for this. But I'm growing on this UI. It looks okay. Like, not in motion, it looks quite nice. It almost looks like they're doing kind of the procedural pathways that I think it's, fuck, what's the name of that game? It disappeared off the map the second it appeared, so I don't know. I would assume so. The demons have been giving birth to twins occasionally, so... Another raid report. And this time we actually have a spoils report. We went and invaded them again. The dwarf General Grub led the attack, and the defenders were led by the mantis woman, Magub Squeeze Screams. Squeeze Screams. That's her name. General Grub outmatched the mantis woman, Magub Squeeze Screams, with a cunning plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. The mantis woman Magub was struck down by Kavish, wave painted, and the tactical dunes looted treasure. So for those of you who don't know, from Vin's research into the history of this world, the Mantis people combined with the Necromancers more or less demolished our whole faction. Our current faction was more or less demolished by them. So this is us fighting back to try and reclaim our old land, I guess. All right, so we got some we got some stuffs from them and some monies. I think it's time we all out attack this castle. But we're gonna set this to raise. Openly attack and destroy the site. Openly attack and attempt to destroy the site. Am I out of booze? No. Well, there's a bunch of thirsty dwarves down here. And this is going to be the next few weeks, I think, of these day forts. Is going to be playing as this faction, making new little forward operating fortresses, and then taking out a site. I kind of want to attack this tower, but that tower seems a little sketch. There's a lot of things there. So this was one of the sites that Skyends, the human castle, is one of the spots that Vinsati recommended we go after, just specifically because they have mantis people, which is exciting, to say the least. And thank you, by the way, everybody, for hanging out today and watching the streams and chilling with us in chat and being cool. Because I have the coolest job in the world thanks to you guys. Today I feel like I've been kind of a bit all over the place, so apologies for that, but although fortunately I think it is kind of minimal. No kills on General Grub just yet. And here they are, coming back. Sending them back out with the full-on Raise mission. What do we think the success of the Raise mission is going to be, chat? Do you think we'll be successful or nah? There they all go. Good luck, dwarves. This requires a round of beers, I think. He'll be a legendary warrior eventually. That or he will die right here. It's one of the two, and there is no in between. I like your odds. B-Luck. What's your ambusher skill? Competent ambusher. Okay, that's pretty good. And adequate tactician. So you're adequate at tactics and you're a competent ambusher. Considering you have one working leg, that's pretty good. And the fact that there's just evil mantis people in this world is just way too fucking cool. It's like, oh, also, by the way, there's an army of undead mantis men. From what you remember, raising isn't working very well. It can bug out and not actually raise the site. I don't know how current that is, though. I know that's the case in 4704. I don't know about 05 currently. It's also the source of one of the crashes, but I don't really care too much. Like, you can raise a site, and instead of raising it, it just bugs it out, and it claims that they're still there, even though they're not. Basically, the map doesn't update unless you retire and unretire your fortress. Or at least that's how I think it currently is. Yeah, same. Well, I don't know if I necessarily wish that they had their own civs, but I wish that they had, like, you know, like the lesser factions in Civ? I kind of wish they were like that. But you raised them just a few years later? Yeah, that too. That and, like, then you can then later successfully do it. The main problem is if you're trying to raise and then occupy a site. So if you're trying to take over sites, it can be quite bad because you try and take over the site and then there's still people there. Or you've completely destroyed it and then it's not there and then you lose your people. And then they migrate back is something that can happen. There's a lot of weird bugs in that regard. I hope that stuff gets filed down a little bit before Steam release. Also, it's 4 p.m. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. It's a good amount of DF so far today. Meaning we've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for about 6 hours. And Embark was only about 20 minutes. It was a very fast Embark for me. Very quick Embark. Is General Grub still on the map? Takes him a little while to get out there. Nope. All right. Fingers crossed. Oh, they've returned. Mission: raise Skyends. The forces of the Tactical Dunes searched Skyends and found nothing. We rampaged throughout the Tactical Dunes, or the forces of the Tactical Dunes rampaged throughout Skyends. The Symmetric Clouts fled Skyends. The Tactical Dunes destroyed Skyends. Successful. That's one site of interest destroyed. A good day for our dwarves. A grand day, if you will. That wasn't that bad. We must have killed them all already. That or it bugged out. One of the two. Let's see if it's still on the map. There you go. No civilized population. We did it. You're about to unzip DF. I'm about to unzip something else. All right. So what we attack next? This up here, Dyed Breach, which is a dwarven town of the Rainy Whips. That's what we're going after next. Giggity? No, I'm about to unzip my sweater because I'm warm. There, I partially unzipped my sweater. But yeah, you definitely mess around with that. You just unzipped a mod? For what? It's what that Necron scum gets. 55 zombies? Is that how many were there? Or in the place that we're about to go to? 55? I mean, my squad's let's check Pilot, the Sacred Help, who is also a religious figure. I'll have you know, who's in the military. Let's see what Pilot is equipped with. Pilot has an adamantine shield, a gold flask, and an adamantine short sword. That's pretty good. Ravod has an iron short sword. Ugh, you could do better. Come on, man. That's Pilot. Let's see, who else do we have? Vinsari, an adamantine helm, a gold crown over the helm. Although you're just carrying the helm, you're dropping it off. How about you? That's Pilot already. Erush has an adamantine short sword and a gold flask, and is about to go pick up probably a helm, I would assume. A shield, actually. I'm gonna give them a little bit of time to actually go get new gear. I'm seeing them running over and grabbing it. What's this? Traditional Unusual Wounding. 23-page essay entitled Traditional Unusual Wounding, authored by Extec Clouted Channel. It concerns the unusual wounding. It concerns the creation of unusual wounding in pants scrubs. In pants scrubs, okay, by the human necromancer Extec Clouted Channel in the year 236. The writing is artfully flashes throughout seemingly disjointed topics. The prose is great. All right. I'm gonna make some golden bookcases. So of course we need a library. Working our way through all that stuff. All right, let's get ready to head back out. I accidentally made a second mission for it, but that's fine. Oh, there's General Grub. Don't always do things the most efficient way. Well, I mean, you are still, you know, walking around on a bad leg. What a good dwarf. This dwarf's gonna be a legend. The one-legged general. The one-legged militia commander. There's Dragonmins. I put on a superior item and I am content. There's an adamantine shield, an adamantine short sword, and a gold flask. And of course, an adamantine helm. Vim seems to have made most of the adamantine weapons we're wielding. Let's gather refuse from outside so we can get those the donkey and the other dead animals removed from here. Good luck, General Grub, on another fight. Best of luck, you dwarves. Best of luck. Constructing golden tables. We're going to continue mining the candy. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to wait for reviews on the Age of Empires. Like, that trailer just made me go from, yeah, I will ask for key and we'll play that on day 1 to, I think I might wait until day 3. You know what I mean? Just had the weirdest fight break out in your fortress. A visitor abbot hangs out in your fort because his religion's temple is here and went mad because his clothes rotted off his body and your dwarves started fighting him. And the elven merchants came to his defense. Result, a few dead elven caravan, and hope the elves aren't too mad. Hide the bodies. It's fine. They probably won't be too mad. Now, if you do it again, they'll be mad. But they'll blame you, so. That sucks. Was this person a member of your fortress, General Grub, or was this person just living there? Because if they were a member of your fortress, you could have actually fixed that. You could make them clothing. Yeah, I've had stuff like that happen before. There was one time I had a particularly tantrumy poet who was a human poet who was living in my fortress. Then I started a new fortress, and that poet was the first person to show up as a visitor, and we have a strange mood. And that poet was the first person to show up as a visitor, and immediately upon arrival, walked into the fortress and attacked my mayor, who... not mayor, my expedition leader, because we only had like a dozen dwarves, and killed him. Literally just like fucking spawned in, tried to kill my mayor, not my expedition leader, not my mayor, my expedition leader, and my expedition leader fought back and killed the poet. It was kind of great. One of the greatest things that's ever happened to me in Dwarf Fortress, not gonna lie. Was like this fucking warrior assassin showed up and tried to fight. Spoils report, that's good news. The tool of twisting slipped into dyed breach. Undetected by the trust of handles and the rainy whips, the tactical dunes stole treasure. Good stuff. What did we get? Lots of garbage. Excellent. A steel instrument. Ooh, I get to build that. Steel Rethal. I don't even know what that is. We'll have to find out. This fortress is already, I think, becoming more than just a little military outpost. 84 dwarves. Not bad. Not bad. Question is, if we get attacked, do you think we'll survive it? That's the current question. If we get attacked, do you think that we'll survive it, chat? Because I don't know. Yes? You think we will? Positive thoughts from you, Freskins? An iron bar, coffee wood logs, stray goat kid bone, stray horse full bone, coffee wood logs, and 3 pieces of granite mason shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes?
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
I mean, I totally have had time to build 3 of those. So definitely we will absolutely spray the enemy with magma. You know, if you look at this kind of looks like a 3D CRT screen. Kind of looks like that almost. Never trust a poet? What poet? I don't know what you're talking about. Why wouldn't you trust a poet? Watch it like not actually be a human and I got my own story wrong. It actually wouldn't surprise me. All right, so this time we're going to try and raise Dyed Breach. Okay. We're going to openly attack and attempt to destroy the site. Except I'm not going to loot other items. Stop collecting all the garbage. As they head back out. I wonder what that mace dwarf is wielding. Nish? An adamantine spear. Good stuff. I wonder how good of a spear dwarf you even are. Novice. Okay. If we wind power to it, I have nothing that can pump magma. Basically, the way I'm saying is like, I'm getting very close to done with this fortress, Freskins. But if I were to, let's just say, be planning on playing this fortress for a second day, oh, you bet your ass we'd have all that shit done. No question asked. You bet your ass we'd be getting that done next. Like, we'd be pumping lava pretty close to next. This is me making stuff from my mare, who I've been very sorely neglecting, and I'm not sorry. Ooh. Dusum, the administrator, has created Toblerone. A granite weapon rack, and claims it as a family heirloom. Not that interesting just because made of granite, but still worth 21,000 Dwarf bucks. This is a granite weapon rack. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round granite cabochons and encircled with bands of oval cut granite cabochons. And on the item is an image of Vine Shamed, the Glade of Intensity, the raw adamantine figurine. On the item is an image of Vine Shamed, the Glad Intensity, a raw adamantine figurine in a different material. What's up, Santa? How are you? Fine. You know what? The mayor can have it. Should make a kitchen. And we should, meal. Just make a few meals. I think the dwarves have earned that. Yeah, I mean, I guess like I could probably make magma stuffs, pumping stuffs out of sand, and I do have sand. So that's probably what I would do. If I had more time, I would make stuff to pump magma with sand, and I would make stuff to pump magma with sand, and use that to pump magma up to the surface, and then make some sort of magma defensive thing. There we go. That's getting rid of the stupid Cyclops corpse. How's the stream going? Chat, how's the stream going? I never know how my streams are going. Chat, how's the stream going? Is stream satisfactory today? I mean, obviously it's not satisfactory, it's Dwarf Fortress. But is Dwarf Fortress satisfactory today? There, so far, pretty good. Stream is pretty good. Also, mission report for raising Died Breach. Fingers crossed, come on. The Dwarf General Grub led... the Dwarf General Grub unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Died Breach. The Brass Scholars led the attack by the Dwarf Monkeys and clashed with a single animated goblin in Died Breach, slaying them. The Brass Scholars, led by the Dwarf Monkeys, clashed with a single animated dwarf in Died Breach, slaying them. The Palisades of Truth, led by the Dwarf General Grub, clashed with 2 animated goblins in Died Breach, slaying them. The forces of the Tactical Dunes searched Died Breach and found nothing, and they rampaged throughout. Hey, Pack, what's up? It's good to see you. Pretty solid little fight, I would say. All right, is it time we go for Big Daddy? The Human Tower of Basic Blushes? How many zombies are in Basic Blushes? I'm very curious to know. If you're here, Vin. Excited, remembering performing. And General Grub just like wants to go join a band. It's just like, I remember performing in the tavern once. I am excited. That's not true. Some of my streams are pretty terrible. Yeah, actually, ooh. I guess now is the true proof of our dwarves' tactical strength. But yeah, I've heard that from a few people. I've heard that from a few places. Let's see, what are we up against? The Fist of something? It's a hairy humanoid. It is fat. It has a bulging trunk. Its black hair is short and even. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Quartzite Bracelet of Basic Blushes after horrible experiments on the dwarf Tekkud Stockpile. Okay. Did it say he is incredibly weak? Oh, incredibly skinny. Okay. And then for undead, we've got undead Fist of Tin Clasps. And then dwarf corpses and other corpses. All right, well, Do we fight it, chat? Or do we hide? I think we... I think we hide. Because I want to fight them in a tunnel. Everybody get inside. Everybody get inside. It's quite a lot of zombies, my god. That is quite a lot of zombies. Looks like my dwarves dropped books in the middle of the thing. Unusual Fortresses. 54-page guide entitled Unusual Fortresses. It concerns Castle Skyans. The writing contains some asides related to the author's preferences. And this one is, of course, a 27-page essay entitled Treatise on Suspicion. It concerns a failed attempt by a human necromancer, Oma Thunderbraid, to corrupt the human Sassar Blamelessborn in braided arch. All right. I don't think there's many more dwarves up on the surface, if any. Yeah, I just seen corpses. Where's General Grub? Okay, cool. General Grub made it underground. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to forbid this. I'm going to turn off the burrow. And then I'm going to pull this lever. And pulling that lever should make us safe. Should. Air quotes. All right, so the drawbridge is up. And there's a lot of blood right there. Cooler's blood, specifically. And we are going to dig a long hallway. Ow. Alright, so how many zombies are we looking at? So there's a lot of fists of tin clasps, and then a shit ton of zombies outside of that. But anyway, kind of bouncing off what you were saying earlier, Pac. Yeah, I've kind of seen that from quite a few people. I'm not seeing any, Oh, shit. Hold on a second. We do have some mantis people on the map now. But these are just wild mantis people. That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. But that's a really big army of zombies. I think it's time for us actually to do a thing real quick, though. Because, you know, the stream's been pretty trill. But, what if we did this? Who'da thunk we'd see some wild ones, right? Who'da thunk it? But I'm getting some music. Because I don't necessarily want to just straight up fight them in here. Horses? No, those are the H's are necromancer experiments, not horses. They're fists of tin clasp, which are hairy humanoids with a trunk. Did you not know that? Do I know something about Dwarf Fortress that you don't? Are you a dirty tile set user, Freskins? Did I just, like, learn something about how you play dwarfs? You've never seen that many H's. And you think you play Dwarf Fortress on hard mode? Man. If you're not seeing Necromancer experiments, you're playing in easy mode, man. But yeah, H's are, capital red H's are Necromancer experiments. Or horrors, as I like to call them. Hoovers? Or unless you're trying to say horrors. Which would be something completely different. And is also kind of senseless and tasteless and not particularly funny. But I don't remember them as H's. Always been H's for me. Necromancer experiments have always been H's. Bullshit. That's all I'm going to say to that. You just wanted to type in the word horror. I don't know. What in the world could horror mean? So I'm just going to call bullshit on that. You just wanted to type in horror. Which is fair. It's a fun word to type in, just like fart. Meaning that you have a very high maturity level. Just like time, Magna. All right, let's keep the dwarves training. It's fun, though. It means we get to have a big ol' showdown. Let's unforbid all the stuff that got forbidden when I was setting up. Oh shit, that musical instrument that we stole is there. Gotta take a look at that. The fash hook is a tiny handheld wind instrument consisting of 5 adjacent closed glass pipes. The musician blows into the fipple at the end of each pipe, and the instrument has a 3-octave range, so it's like a little multi-flute. Cool. That's going to be the mayor's office. And that is going to be the mayor's dining room. How pissed off is my mayor at me? Very. And wants me to make some quivers. Can I make adamantine quivers? Shit, I can. Why would I do that, though? I know I have leather workers, so I can just do that. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Kind of tempted. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I could just build a bunch of drawbridges and mash them all to death, but I feel like that's cheating. What if they're made of gold? Just make some real blinged out bridges. Giant gold cannon. I don't want to... like, I don't... Nah. Yeah, sometimes it creates instruments that it's like, that's just bagpipes. Like, what? Is there still a Forgotten Beast wandering around down there? Maybe. What, like, based on the instruments that they have? I mean, it would be really cool if someone could do that, but I feel like we're actually, like, kind of a far ways away from that. What, write your own music based on their generator? Some people have. Just trying to fill this up. Yeah, no, there was someone who very recently, like, made a pretty simple little beat to it. Oh, come on, really? Actually, that's probably just because water ran down. Yeah, water just ran down. I really hope that there still isn't, like, a forgotten beast in the caverns. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to redirect them into the caverns. So I'm trying to, like, invite the zombies in, but I'm gonna make them run down into the caverns. Someone had blood on them and it got washed off. What? Oh, I see. They just literally can't get down there. Because I'm smart. What the heck are you blocked by? Nothing. Just build order is what you're blocked by. Sure, that'll work just fine. You know, if you mess up one letter of a word, it's pretty easy to just kind of decipher what you're trying to say. But yeah, no, I completely agree. It would be really neat to be able to have the skills to be able to write that sort of stuff. It's like I can write some music, but I don't really have that skill set necessarily. All right, so shoutouts to this dwarf who's just like digging down. They're digging down into the cavern layer. And the hope is that there isn't still a forgotten beast or multiples actually flying around down here. All right, well, we've dug down. There is. There it is. Thessa, the forgotten beast, who is a waxing thing with external ribs and fire. All right, well. Do I try and let it outside? All right, you know what? Fuck it. We can kill this thing, right? We can totally kill this thing. We can totally kill this thing. Who are you fighting with? Axon, no! Axon, no! Oh god. Okay, well it's coming up now. But it's injured. Where did it go? Oh, the famous last words are the best words, though. The thing is collapsed. Axon was able to get a bunch of good hits in. So was Norstad, even. Forgotten Beast bites the miner in the head, and the injured part explodes into Goro. That's not good. So Norstad and Axon are both dead because they got bit in the head by it. But it's also, like, quite injured, so I'm hoping that my dwarves can collide with it, although I'm seeing lots of fire. It's running back down into the caverns. It's actually, like, good for us. I think it's killed 3 of my miners. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cancel. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna cancel these orders. And you know what? I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go full ballsy. Let's go full ballsy, shall we? Cancel everything. So here's what we're gonna do. I've told my dwarves to get out of the burrow and go mine that. That wall has been started building. I'm going to permit them to go there to finish it. I'm going to keep an eye on this wall until somebody goes to start the wall. The second they start building the wall, I will suspend the building. Okay, I'm now going to suspend it. So it's nearly completed. They're going to mine through that to let the goblins in. Forgotten Beast is still in that shaft, among other things. And we're just going to open it up and say fucking go. All right, it's open. Get inside, dwarves. Get back. Here come the undead. The undead are coming in, one by one. Oh, shit. I don't want my dwarves to fight this, so back up, back up, back up, back up. Here comes a zombie. That's why I turned on the music. And I'm going to unsuspend the construction of this, and hopefully somebody stops to finish it. Why are you standing there, dwarf? Okay, anybody want to, go build one of them walls? Either. Doesn't matter which. Doesn't really matter which, but we need one of them shut. Okay, suspended it because there was something in the way. It's my manager actually doing this. Come on, dwarf. There you go. The wall's completed, meaning the zombies have nowhere to go but down. Assuming they can actually get down, and I didn't totally screw it up. Nope, they can't actually get down. I screwed it up. There's downstairs, but no upstairs. Am much disappointed. And Axon has been missing for a week. And Thessa can't fly. Okay. Well, what can I do? Trying to think. What else could we do here? Turn off the burrow. I think I could probably dig over to this. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Come on. Could do this, something like this. And then try and, well, have it almost fully blocked off, block it off. I can make this work. I can make this work. Are you really that childish, Bastet? Grow up, come on. Like, sometimes I will agree and giggle along, but sometimes it's like, come on, just, like, come on. Come on. Come on. The Zambles appear to be pseudo-leaving. Without proper defenses, though, this is actually quite sketch. Yeah. I will not leave you alone, because you're being a perv, air quotes, in my chat. Perverts go to prison. Remember that. It's funny when you're a little kid. It stops being funny when you're an adult, and I know that you're an adult. I find it funny to a degree, but it's like, really? Sometimes it's just eye-rolly, and today it's very much just fucking eye-rolly. Oh, pff. That finished way faster than I expected it to. So keep your amusement to yourself, I guess. Like, you're allowed to easily be amused. But hee shaft, just, no, I don't need to see that. Come on. Especially in a world where I'm playing fucking Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's impossible for me to not talk about mining and shafts. It's completely impossible. I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, not Captain Underpants. Come on. I don't give a fuck, Zanny. Straight up. Don't care. You let me run my chat the way I want. Okay? And last I checked, you have zero say about how I run my chat. Okay. And you do this a fuck ton, Zanny, where you're just like, hey, here's a thing that you did from 3 days ago that contradicts one thing that you just said. And I really, really hate that. Don't appreciate it. I literally never will. All right? Sebastate, you keep your amusement to yourself, and Zanny, don't you fucking tell me how to run my chat. Let me run my chat. You're not helping or providing anything of value. If anything, you're degrading the quality of the stream, if anything. Mine through this shit? Come on, dwarves. I was expecting them to jump down through there. Why are you going that way? Y'all are in trouble, Dwarf. Y'all are in trouble. Turn around. Come on, guys. Run, Stone! Whew! He dodged right past him. It's impressive. Come on, man. Get on the side where it's safe. But here's, I guess, the difference, Zanny, right? You don't see me saying, I'm a perv, leave me alone. You don't see me saying that. Well, if you think that this stream is filled with massive amounts of hypocrisy, keep it to yourself. I see a difference. One's me talking about a news article. The other is someone just being immature because it's funny. All right? If you don't see the difference there, I can't help you. Because there is no way for them to get into my base. Now there is a way for them to get into my base. There wasn't up until a few seconds ago, though. Also, that dwarf may have just sacrificed their life. Come on, keep dodging.
This is madness! Madness! This is...
Keep dodging. Yeet. Let's just send in the military. That's not good. All right, dwarves, you killed what you needed to kill. Now get back inside. Get back inside. Yes. Absolutely. But there's more than just complete self-sufficiency from being underground. But yes, you can survive without any issues just by hiding underground, absolutely. Oh, hey, the Forgotten Beast came up. It's too late, though. Fuck it. What are you here to do? Nothing, apparently. Alright, well, sealed it off. Sorry, Dwarf, who's still outside. But yeah, no, Forgotten Beast came up, did some damage, killed something. Not enough, clearly. Looks like Dragonmins went out and died. So I lost one soldier. But now they have access to the caverns, so hopefully they'll just go down to the caverns and leave me mostly alone. But yes, you can absolutely be completely self-sufficient underground and defend against endless hordes eternally and min-max the game so that you never need to fight a thing ever. But that's no fun now, is it? But Dwarf Fortress lets you do that if you really want to. As we watch this dwarf just get shredded to pieces. Oh, that's distressing. I mean, you can survive for a really long time without migrants. More than enough time to build a line of drawbridges and pressure plates. Although my plan is working. They are slowly going down into the caverns. It's just gonna take them a while because they're zombies. Oh, really? That's kind of funny, Robotic. Here they come. So now it's just a matter of waiting for them all to go down there and get distracted by things in the basement and then seal it off. They're very interested in heading down there from the looks of things. Well, you need to remember that I'm intentionally ending the fort in one day. And you also need to remember that I have another fortress that's 200 years old. So I'm just fucking around on a Saturday. Dwarf Fortress is a game about making your own fun that's completely min-maxable. Like, if you want to just break this game, you can do that. The most powerful weapon in this game is a drawbridge. It can instantly turn anything into non-existent atoms, right? So... just waiting for all those zombies to just move down. So you don't play the game, right? Essentially, it's a game about making your own fun. And if your own fun is dying to the first siege, have fun with that. And also, I've invaded the enemy like 4 times and destroyed one of their sites already. So, it's on them. Well, fair enough then. I'm just waiting for them to single file down the stairwells into the caverns. I'm just waiting for them to single file down the stairs. They're going very slowly. It's just a pity that there isn't 2 Forgotten Beasts down there. I have a feeling that if they wanted to try it out, they would have tried it out by this point, Magna. Like, to be clear, I probably could have just told my soldiers to fight this out and won the fight. I probably could have done that, but I just didn't want to. Because I didn't want to lose any of the dwarves. A lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress intentionally cause drama because it's fun. And drama could be like leaving holes in your fort, or allowing things to attack you, and fighting stuff off and losing in fun ways, because that's kind of the fun of DF. I mean, I'm going to lose the adamantine gear regardless, probably, because I'm going to retire the fortress, and I'm not going to wait this whole siege out, so... Although now I'm real tempted to just tell my dudes to go and fight this. Because I can totally get more adamantine gear. Just because I've been streaming this one fort for 7 hours now, which is generally longer than I normally stream. DF is the original sandbox make your own fun game, right? Straight up is. Yeah, well, what I will to say to those people is they don't know what they're doing if that's when they stop playing. Because you can play way beyond that point, and dwarves don't really lag your computer. It's items and physics objects that lag your computer. Maz, what's up? It's good to see you. How's the fort coming along? Oh, you know, just trying to single file a whole bunch of zombies down into the basement. Nothing out of the ordinary. And yourself? FPS DS Siege? No. Frames are fine. Port's running's just A-okay. There's a little bit of lag, but that's not because of the people above ground. That's because of the people below ground. It's running at a perfectly playable, like, 30-ish frames a second. Why would it be an FPS Death Siege? This is a perfectly normal siege. I'm just waiting for them to single file down. They're zombies, so they're slow as fuck. Also, investments aren't open for another 49 minutes because you just missed it. You have to wait until it's running. Also, I don't think you have that many tickets unless you've sneakily saved up a whole bunch that I'm unaware of. But no, this siege is causing me no frame rate problems. I'm gonna wait for the one at the back to be a little further down. Fortunately, as I said earlier, they're zombies, so they're slow. Meaning what I need to do is seal off this whole area. So what I have to do is I have to pull that lever. And unforbid this. And then block in the back of it. Here they come. Dwarves are free. Meaning all the zombies are going to try and path back into the fort. They're all trying to path back out. Come on, dwarves. Actually, know what I'm going to need to do? I'm going to have to do this. They're all dying of thirst. That's not ideal. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. There we go. What random shit are you trying to do, Diamond? I'm sending all my dwarves in to fight. Some server with Docker. I don't know what that means, but okay. Why are you coming in here? Oh, I see. Because you're actually a military dwarf. The final showdown. It's my dwarves versus zombies. They seem to be doing all right so far. It's one down. Bits and pieces flying everywhere from a second one. Here comes backup pretty quickly. You know, they're actually taking them out because they're not like intelligent undead. They're just plain old undead. Ooh, there goes some death. One of my dwarves got knocked down. It's not too ideal. Where's one of my named dwarves? I mean, most of them have at least an adamantine sword. It's really hard to tell which one are my dead and which one are their dead, though. I will say that. I've lost one dwarf so far. Not too bad. Fighting with a zombie. Also, fortunately, there's no necromancers in the mix, so they ain't gonna be rezzing them. Which is definitely a benefit for me. Stationing all the dwarves down here. Come on, guys. Get in here. Oh, two of my dwarves, or one of my dwarves have been found dead. That's not bad. Only one death so far. Let's follow Crazy Beard. Oh, you're all the way back here. You got injured a while ago. What wave depletion? Where's wave depletion at? Man, so many of my dwarves are super far back. That's funny. It's gonna take a while for them all to get in there. But they're fighting their way down the hills. Down the stairwell. Pretty effectively. How many of them are left? There can't be that many left. We're down to 70. Most of the undead are actually dead already. The invaders that are still scary, though, are the non-undead necromancer experiments. The problem with these stairwells is it's impossible to actually see who's fighting what. Norstat was found dead. Phycod, Dusum, and Kivish. I'll say Kivish was... Oh, Axon was one of the original dwarves to die in the stairwell. This dwarf just, like, jumped down the last few flights of stairs. That's kind of badass. Fucking shout-outs to that. There's very few undead left. Bring the last of them in. Come on. Yeah, intelligent undead are kind of terrifying. There's not that many of them left. Come on, you last few dwarves. Get them. Beat the shit out of them. We tried redirecting a Forgotten Beast at them. That didn't really work. So now we're fighting them for realsies. Yeah, the intelligent undead are quite dangerous because they're very skilled soldiers often and also don't ever get tired. So they basically just outlast your dwarves. Whereas these guys, they're not particularly skilled, so my dwarves just kind of hack them into pieces, and then my dwarves just win. Oh no, light test. Still just waiting on the last few dwarves. Oh, there's one of those necromancer experiments that are actually quite terrifying. Oh my god, he killed it. Holy shit. 5 zombie dwarves, 1 zombie human, 1 zombie fist of tin clasp. How about you? Really? Lytast has managed to get no fucking kills so far? Come on, you can do better. So how come only 2 of my dwarves have managed to make it down here? Come on, guys. So from the siege, there's basically just like a handful of undead left. Oh, here comes another one. Salon is here. Where's the last of the undead? Let's watch these zombies head towards us. See if my dwarves will actually just take them out. There's my dwarves up there in the top right heading down to the forges. I mean, we've lost a lot of good dwarves, but we're still winning overall. Last few. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, that was brutal. Absolutely gnarly right there. Took out the zombie, but the hand of Tin Clasp just like turned around and destroyed him. See a dwarf carrying a wounded dwarf back. Lost a few dwarves, but nothing ridiculous. Maybe like 6 or so? Just like 100 bodies in the way? I mean, well, yeah, zombie bodies, I guess. There's my gem cutter, there's my hammer dwarf. Goes one of my last dwarves, who's down here anyway. Turns in. Took out one zombie. Let's see if I can station them all up here. Well, you just immediately died. Crazy Beard has been found dead. No. That's actually very sad. What's the context of this fort? Front doorstep of Necromancer Tower. Not actually an evil biome. Untamed wilds, though. We have adamantine weapons. We're fighting off a big old zombie horde. We've fought off most of them. There's a few left in the caverns. I don't generally play in evil biomes. I really don't like them. I find them just kind of dull. Dull and not particularly fun. There's a few undead left. I'm just waiting for the siege to end officially so that we can... There's a bunch of undead over there, too. We've also dug too deep already. Well, it's been a pretty fun day. So if things actually go bad, I could just release Satan. Which they haven't gone that bad yet. I mean, I've lost a lot of dwarves, but... You're way too invested in watching this? I mean, it's just those dudes left. Those are all of the zombies left that we actually need to kill. Here comes the last of the squads. Oh, I forgot to finish an agreement to establish a guild hall. The injured Dragonmins and Aerith are heading down. We'll follow Aerith. I'm seeing wounded being carried out and dead being carried out. Wave depletion has been found dead. Rest in peace. I wonder which wave depletion that was. Come on, dwarves. Well, siege is done. Actually, we must have finished them. So from the looks of things, there are no zombies left. It was a hell of a fight, frankly. Hell of a fight, frankly. GG indeed, yeah. GG indeed. We did lose some dwarves because I was being goofy, but I mean, we won overall. I mean, we lost some dwarves, but General Grub is still alive, which is what matters. Who says it's great to be surrounded by family. All right, no, that's not what General Grub says. General Grub is this dwarf who says, I put on an exceptional item and this pleases me. So we still have some of our favorite dwarves alive, which is good. Pilot's still alive. No, I don't even think you you made it into the fight. You're just our tactician. You're our tactician for the official battles and the sequences. But frankly, I think this has been a quality day for it. I know I had fun. I think that I expect great things from this fortress in the future, and hopefully the AI doesn't dig too deeply. Although we didn't actually... Apparently we're at peace with this tower? Oh, well, that explains why they didn't just immediately invade us. What? That's weird. But we were able to take out Skyans, which is a pretty big deal. So that's cool. And we got to see some Mantis people. Fight with some undead. everybody more or less has at the very least an adamantine helm, an adamantine weapon, and an adamantine shield. And yeah. Well, my queen is part of every single faction that we're at war with, more or less. We're also almost out of food. I could sort that problem out, but I think instead we're going to retire this fortress for the time being before something else crazy happens. Whoopsies. So that was, I think, more or less it. Your fortress has settled into the rhythm of day-to-day living beyond your meticulous concern. And next week we will continue regrowing this faction and going to war with the Necromancers. We're gonna make a few more forts like that one where we just build a bunch of weapons and then just go to war and fight with things and try and bring their numbers down while at the same time increasing the numbers of my dwarves by fighting with them constantly. Yeah, if you actually want to follow along and see the other stuff I've done in this world, you can go to !Dayforts Season 2, which is the second or the first tiny URL. If you go to that, you'll see all the screenshots I took from today's fortress alongside of all the screenshots I've taken of previous forts. I'm kind of glad that we decided to do that. We also had an elven caravan die to a were-lizard. So I think the elves are having like a were creature outbreak somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where, but that's happening.